Threw me for a loop going backwards. Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Carbasi. Vice President Perea. Here. Council President Maxwell.
Present. All right, it looks like we have a quorum. First of all, we will have the invocation. I'm going to ask everyone to stand. The invocation, which will be led by Chaplain Kevin Lanos with the police chaplaincy, and to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Almighty God, we are thankful for this day that you've given us to come before you and do the work of this city and to do your work. I pray, God, that you would give patience and guidance and wisdom to the leaders of this city. I pray, Lord, that you would have your way with the people who are diligently trying to do good work for this community. And I pray, Lord, that you would give unity of mind and plans and purpose to do the best that this community needs and deserves. We pray your blessings over this city and over this meeting. We pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that invocation. City Clerk, do we have any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, Council President, we do. But before we start, I'd like to announce that we do have Spanish interpretation here in person, and Laura will be giving a brief introduction.
Buenos días, me llamo Laura. Yo voy a proporcionar los servicios de interpretación en español en la parte posterior. Si necesitan un auricular, por favor pasen a la parte de atrás. Si tienen algún comentario público, por favor esperen a que llegue a ustedes la intérprete para que podamos relatar su mensaje completamente para el concilio.
Thank you. The following changes is to item 1V, ID 23-1367, regarding actions pertaining to the Fresno Police Department Student Resource Officer Program. There was a correction to the 13th AAR in the amount to the staff report and the title of the agenda. The agenda states $190,800. However, the amount is incorrect and should be the amount of $192,400. The following items are being moved to contested consent for further discussion. Item 1F, ID 23-1331, regarding the award of 3 requirement contracts, is being removed from the agenda to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1J, ID 23-1405, regarding the award of a cooperative purchase contract, is being removed from consent calendar to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1K, ID 23-1354, regarding the award of a purchase contract to Linco Vehicles, is being removed from consent calendar to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1L, 23-1353, regarding the Second Amendment to the agreement between the City of Fresno and CMAQ, is being removed from consent calendar to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1M, as in Mary, ID 23-1349, regarding the award of the 3 requirement contracts for on-call technology support services and hardware, is being removed from the consent and moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1O, regarding the resolution authorizing submission of the application to the California Public Utilities Commission, is being removed from consent to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1T, as in Tom, ID 23-1392, regarding the infill infrastructure grant, is being removed from consent to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1U, 23-1359, regarding the 2024 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program, is being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1X, 23-1381, regarding the FY 2024 position resolution, is being moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell. Item 1BB, as in boy, 23-1399 regarding the Third Amendment to the consultant contracts with Ulta Systems was being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And lastly, item 1FF, 23-1346, to award a construction contract for MAG is being moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I'm going to take it over to my council colleagues now in numerical order to see if they have any additional changes to any parts of the agenda today, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
Nothing's left, so no.
Thank you. I'm going to take it over to Councilmember Arias. By
No
chance.
additional items, Council President, but I do want to put for the record that I've submitted a request to fix a typo on item 1II in the resolution, and that's been submitted to City Clerk for the record.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I do. I want to pull for discussion item S.
Item 1S, as in Sam, being pulled to contested by Councilmember Bredefeld.
1EE and then 1JJ, just to make some comments.
1EE, as in Edward, being pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld, as well as item 1J, as in John. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Esparza.
No, why even have consent?
All right. Council Vice President Perea. And I have no additional changes either. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? I
Second.
have a motion by Carbasi and a second by Arias. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. All right, everybody, that'll bring us to the fun portion of today's meeting. That's our ceremonial presentations. We have a few on the agenda today. The first one is a proclamation for Roosevelt Strong Day, sponsored by Councilmember Chavez and the Office of Mayor and City Manager.
All right, good morning. Oh my God, are you guys awake? Good morning. All right, we might need to get some coffee. First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out today. Mayor, if you want to, I knew he was going to do that. A couple of weeks ago, as some of you recall, we had a pretty difficult day in the city of Fresno, pretty especially difficult day in the Roosevelt High region. And we had a tragic collision that happened right across our school. A lot of children hurt, about 11 of our children that were hurt that day. But what today is about, it's about one, recognition of the folks that stepped up that day, and two, reflection on how important our schools are to our community and our first responders. The mayor and I actually had an opportunity to go out there that day, and it was a very emotional day. It was a very difficult day, but it also showed the strength in our community. And I want to give a couple extra special shout outs to some special people. Our police department, first of all, was just nothing short of amazing. And Mayor, you saw that. I told our city manager that. Just the coordination, securing the scene, making sure that the traffic flows were going. Our fire department, I think this was our fire chief's first major crisis. Chief Alcorn and his team were amazing. And then our EMT folks, our American Ambulance team that just, I've never seen such an efficient operation in making sure that our kids were getting the treatment that they needed, that they were getting transported to the hospitals that they were going to here in the surrounding area. Keep in mind, this was 11 children that were hurt on there, but I also want to give a special shout out to individuals, and we know that our first responders train for this. They do a lot of simulations, they do a lot of difficult work, but our teachers that stepped up there at the school, and today we have Dr. Stephen Spencer, that was one of, if you could give Dr. Stephen Spencer a special hand. Teacher David Munoz that couldn't be here with us, our Fresno Unified family, and I say family because I had a chance to serve 4 years over there. Sometimes I say that like it was a prison term. It was 4 years of great work that we did. Armin Chavez has been keeping our kids safe. We could give Armin a round of applause. Walter Walter Gunn, yes, that's his last name. He was just amazing in making sure, but our Fresno Unified folks really stepped up in making sure that the parents were notified. There's a new system in place. It's called Parent Square, I believe, that notifies every single parent by text, email, and phone call on what was going on. And I also want to thank our pastor, because when I say that this was a community effort, this was really a community effort. Pastor DJ Kreiner actually came across the city and prayed for our kids. He prayed for us, prayed for their healing and their recovery, and we know that the families still have a long road ahead of them with the recovery that they need to do. But what was really inspiring was also the calls that we got from local doctors and local dentists. Some of our kids endured trauma and lost a tooth or had damage to their teeth. I want to thank Dr. Jack Ohanessian for offering to restore their teeth and do the dental work for free. So thank you, Dr. Jack Ohanessian, for that. But just really capturing what One Fresno means, Mayor, here in the city of Fresno. We saw folks come together from our law enforcement, from our educators, our Fresno Unified, and everybody was really on the same page in making sure that those kids got the treatment and got the support services that they needed. And it was really inspiring to see that our community of Roosevelt is extremely resilient, as a lot of you know. I grew up there. I love Roosevelt. Once a rider, always a rider. But we have that motto, and we don't take that lightly, but we want to thank everybody that helped that day. Mayor, I want to specifically thank you as well for being there. You were there within minutes of the incident that happened, and we saw Mayor Dyer kind of morph back into emergency crisis manager, Mayor Dyer now. But thank you to everybody that came out. If we could have the Fresno Unified folks come up. Teresa, where's Teresa? I just saw Teresa. If we could have Teresa come up, Armin, if you could come up, bring your team up. We also have the trustee of the area, Elizabeth Jonathan Rosas, here, your team. If you guys could come up too, because this is really about recognizing the work that you do for our kids and the amazing, amazing support that you guys have provided our children in a time of crisis. Mayor, I know you want to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think you summed it up very, very well. And when I got there, actually, Councilmember Chavez was already on scene. I thought maybe he was part of the emergency response team, but he was close by. Actually, I think heard the crash, and I think anybody within a few blocks heard that crash because the individual that was driving the pickup was driving erratic, high rate of speed. Ultimately, it was a miracle of God that we did not have kids that were killed. And when he struck the bus shelter, many of the children were protected by that bus shelter. And what a lot of folks don't know was it was one of our first bus shelters that we installed that went deep into the concrete. And if not for that, if it would have hit one of our normal bus shelters in Fresno, I think we would have had some fatalities. And so we're grateful that that happened. And again, for all emergency responders, we ended up taking children to 4 different hospitals that day. Fortunately, all of them were okay. But the echo what Councilmember Chavez said, the emergency response was incredible. The police department, Lieutenant DeWall did an incredible job, Chief Balarama, and as well as the ambulance providers, the fire department, and our staff that's with us today on scene. Did a remarkable job of really comforting and consoling the folks that were there and the parents as well. So my honor to be here for Roosevelt Strong Day.
All right, Mayor, Chief, you could come on. We have both chiefs actually, Chief Paco and Chief Alcorn. We could have Dr. Steven Spencer. Would you like to say a few words? You do great work there at the VELT, as we know it.
Mayor Dyer, Councilmember Chavez, council members. First, all praise, glory, and honor go to my King and Savior, Christ Yeshua, Jesus Christ, who, the crash itself was a horrible, horrible experience. Seeing it happen in my side view mirror, I actually had to park my car and race over there to help any students in need. And once students were out of the immediate danger area, I just got into a posture of prayer. And like Mayor Dyer said, we could be having a very different conversation today, but the great news is that 11 students are going to live to fight another day, and that's just an amazing thing. So grateful and proud that this miracle happened, and those that responded, God was working through us all, and that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer. Armin, would you like to say a few words? You've been keeping our kids safe for a while.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the police department, fire department, American Ambulance for the job that they did. That was very well done. Kudos to you. Also want to thank the team here that responded and the work that they've done. Without them, we wouldn't be where we are within the district and supporting and making sure that we have safe schools, our students are safe to and from and also while they're at school. So I just want to thank everybody else. I want to thank Mayor Dyer for being there and for you, Councilmember Chavez, for being there and the support that you give us.
Well, thank you. I just first want to say I appreciate the efforts of all the Roosevelt staff coming here today to be recognized for Roosevelt Strong, but more specifically and especially for the actions on that day, putting yourself in harm's way in order to help our kids. That's above and beyond the call of duty and very much appreciated. I want to thank our district staff for stepping in and always having our kids' safety and best interests in mind. It's always hard to come into a situation in a scene like that when you see kids injured, and putting yourself out there and being able to help our kids is extremely important, so it's much appreciated. And thank you to the city as our wonderful partners in this for coming out, also above and beyond your call. I know staff, chiefs were there as well, and being able to just drop everything and head out there because our kids needed that support and our families needed that support is incredibly, it's something that we appreciate very much. And thank you, Councilmember Chavez and Mayor Dyer, for recognizing the efforts of our staff today and being able to proclaim today as Roosevelt Strong Day. Thank you.
So with that, clerk, could we read the proclamation?
Yes. Whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the importance of coming together as a community in times of adversity to support and uplift one another. And whereas on September 6th, a tragic accident occurred at a bus stop near Roosevelt High School, resulting in students' injuries shocking the city. And whereas the heroic actions of the Roosevelt High School staff, community members, and first responders during and after the incident deserve recognition and appreciation. And whereas Roosevelt staff provided immediate aid to those affected and offered support to students and families. First responders, including law enforcement, firefighters, emergency medical services, and medical personnel, displayed exceptional professionalism, bravery, and dedication as they worked tirelessly to aid the injured and provide comfort to those affected by the tragic accident. And whereas the Greater Fresno's community outpouring of support, love for the Roosevelt High School community during this challenging time exemplifies the spirit of togetherness that makes Fresno a strong and compassionate city. And whereas, in honor of the exceptional efforts of the Fresno High School staff, the community, and first responders in the wake of a tragic accident, and to acknowledge the unwavering strength, resilience, and compassion displayed throughout Fresno, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim September 28th to be Roosevelt Strong Day.
Next up, we will have a proclamation honoring historically black colleges and universities, sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
Robert Mitchell II. Dr. Robert Mitchell. It is our honor today as a city to be able to honor National Historically Black Colleges and Universities Week. So folks may ask, why would we do this? And the simple answer is that we have a lot of our universities, HBCUs across the country, that offer opportunities for African Americans that sometimes they might not otherwise get. To be able to have a higher education, to be able to go on to get a degree, to be able to further themselves for a lot of reasons. And so HBCUs have been around for decades and decades, providing that opportunity to our African American students. And so today is it an honor for us to be able to recognize this week, again, National Historically Black Colleges and Universities Week. But I wanted Dr. Mitchell to talk more about his involvement at the local level. We had a great meeting here recently in terms of his involvement on a national level. And so, Dr. Mitchell, if you would, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barfield. Good morning, council members. Some of that information was very true. HBCUs go back further than decades, though. The one I attended, Morehouse, was initiated in the basement of a church in 1867, okay? So that school presently supports all students, African American men primarily, but my medical school had a composite of all ethnic groups, Latinos, Native Americans, East Indians, Pakistanis, Southeast Asians, and I'll just stop there. And that's little known on the West Coast. Our HBCUs in the Carolinas supported for many years during the early 1900s, late 1800s, Native American education. So when you hear and understand what historically black colleges mean, we were educating everyone. That being said, little known history and why it's important for everyone to support HBCUs is that our first cardiovascular team in Fresno was started by an HBCU graduate. Our first OB-GYN in Fresno was an HBCU graduate. Here at the local level, Dr. Angie Barfield, as well. But our rural areas, Dr. Angela Grasser, who's out in Kerman right now, supporting the Latino community, is an HBCU grad. I was actually the representative, the student representative at Howard Med when she applied. So those are the connections that I personally made to our community. And I say I helped Kerman out there. So that's the involvement that we should all have with HBCUs. Just recently, we've started an initiative at Washington High School and Central. Those are the two schools that are partnering with us. Washington Union meeting with kids, they don't even have personal libraries. So that's an initiative. At this day and time, students not having books in their homes. The United Negro College Fund of Fresno is helping out with that, helping students have books. So if anyone, any council members, any of the team members wants to help out with that, I'd be greatly appreciated. So thank you. I'll continue to do the good work of the United Negro College Fund, Fresno.
Okay. You want to say anything, Rick? No. Okay. Clerk, if you'd please read the proclamation.
Certainly. Whereas whereas the Black College Expo, National College Resources Foundation, United Negro College Fund, Divine Nine, and others are in support of the White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity through historically Black colleges and universities. And whereas National Historically Black Colleges and Universities Week encourages students, residents, and community leaders of Fresno to commemorate and bring awareness to the rich history of these institutions of higher learning and their contributions to our nation. And whereas the City of Fresno reaffirms support of historically Black colleges and universities and recognizes the great influence they have had on students in Fresno and throughout history. Education is freedom. Freedom is to learn, to grow, and to achieve students' highest goals and aspirations. And whereas, by encouraging and strengthening partnership and participation within the schools, medias, and community, and by holding conferences and fairs throughout the year, historically Black colleges and universities help prepare students to excel and produce more African American and other underserved communities graduates. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim week of September 16th through the 20th as National Historically Black College and University Week.
Next up, we have the ACE Blue Seal of Excellence recognition to the Maintenance Division of the Department of Transportation, sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Look at all these hard-working folks. How you doing, you guys? So a couple of months ago, we had the opportunity to present a similar award, and I believe that one was for some of the work that's being done in our Public Works Department, Public Safety, General Services. But this recognition today is something that's really important because these are the things that go unseen. We could not have our vehicles out there traveling on the streets, in this case, our buses, which are critical to transporting people to doctor's appointments, to school, to work, people to shop for groceries. So keeping those buses on the road, keeping those buses safe is critical to the well-being of our community, not to mention the fact that the number of miles that our buses put on the roads, I don't know what the miles is, 7 million or something, it's 5 million miles a year. And so the potential for accidents, the potential for tragedy is great. It's these folks right here that are the ones that are responsible for keeping those buses on the road and keeping them maintained and keeping them safe. And as a result of that, we have an award recognition that we're going to be providing. I'm going to have the city manager speak to it. And I don't know if Mr. Barfield is here as well. Georgianne?
Thank you, Mayor. So the, let me see, I don't want to make sure I get it right. The ASE, Blue Seal of Excellence, that is an honor in the, I guess, mechanic, I'm going to be very layman terms, mechanic world. It means that you are meeting very high standards and you're getting the job done the right way because, as we know, maintaining critical vehicles, it's not only the safety of the public, it's the safety of our drivers. And it's such an important function. So thank you for all of you, because we know that in order for this award to be issued, it means all of you are doing an amazing job and the quality of your work is top notch. So thank you all very, very much. We appreciate, as the mayor said, it's sort of the unseen folks, but we see you. So thank you. And Greg, you want to say a few words? Okay, Joe Vargas.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mayor, thank you, City Manager. Again, like Georgianne just said, these are the unseen folks who keep our buses rolling every single day safely for our passengers. So I want to thank them for their commitment to their craft and thank them for being so committed to making sure that our equipment is ready to go every single day. With that being said, I do want to list out all the names. So I'll start with Albert Padilla. Bus mechanic lead worker, Alan Cha, bus mechanic 2. Chad Wittendale, bus mechanic 2. Craig Timmons, bus mechanic 2. Daniel Reese, bus air conditioning mechanic lead. Daniel Jimenez, who couldn't be here with us today, bus mechanic lead worker. Eduardo Flores, bus air conditioning mechanic. George Arabian, body and fender repairer lead. Gonzalo Macias, equipment supervisor, newly promoted. Harvey Stitston, bus mechanic 2. Jose De La Cerda, bus mechanic 2. Jose Bishop, bus mechanic 2. Joshua Marroquin, bus air conditioning mechanic. Juan Carlos Melendrez, bus mechanic 2. He couldn't be with us today. Michael Stevens, body and fender repairer. Michael Donaldson, bus mechanic 2. And Robert Euler, bus mechanic lead worker, who also couldn't be here with us today. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations.
Clerk, could you read the proclamation? Thank you.
Whereas the City of Fresno's Transportation Department Fax Maintenance Division has earned the ASE Blue Seal of Excellence. The ASE is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving vehicle repair and service quality. In case of government fleets, its additional hours, the hard work and dedication technicians provide to police officers, firefighters, public works, and other public sector employees. And whereas to earn the ASE Blue Seal of Excellence, at least 75% of shop technicians must be ASE certified. In addition, there must be a certified technician in each service area, and agencies must annually confirm their professional's certification status. And whereas of the 23 Maintenance Division technicians, 86% are ASE certified, which exceeds the Blue Seal Award benchmark. More noteworthy is that the division's mechanical staff includes 12 master technicians representing the highest possible level of individual ASE recognition. And whereas 2 of the master technicians are certified as both master automotive technicians and master transit bus technicians, and 1 is certified as Master Transit Bus Technician, Master Automotive Technician, and Master Med Heavy Truck Technician. And whereas technicians in the Maintenance Division face significant demands to effectively and cost-effectively maintain more than 125 buses. And whereas these City of Fresno professionals have proven their commitment to the highest level of automobile service excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, City Manager Georgianne White, and members of the Fresno City Council recognize and congratulate the City of Fresno's Transportation Department Fax Maintenance Division.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jerry's Pets. Fresno Animal Center presents Pet of the Month, sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
And this is the absolute best part of the job. Every month, we have the opportunity to bring forth a Pet of the Month. For those of you who don't know, we have an animal center in Fresno, operated and owned by the city, operated currently by an outside vendor, Fresno Humane, but soon to be transferred over to us, and we'll be the ones operating that as well. And I think all of you know that stray animals in our community present a significant problem. And unfortunately, the number of stray animals that we have brought in exceed the number of animals that get adopted. And so what we're trying to do is to increase our adoption rate so that we can get more of our pets, community pets, to be picked up by someone. So this is really our way as a city of providing that exposure as well as opportunity to people in the community to adopt Wilma today. And so maybe somebody in this room would like to have Wilma. Wilma's a very tamed dog, very good with children, very good with other pets. And so we would love for somebody to be able to do that. Would you like to speak about a little bit more about Wilma, please, and the shelter?
So Wilma is 10 years old. She loves to hang out with people. She gets the zoomies, especially when she gets some treats. She's a really sweet girl, and she's available for adoption at our center for $25 this month. And to speak a little bit more about the events we have coming up, we'll be at Fresno Ag Hardware this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And also we have a really fun event coming up next Friday, October 6th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. It's called Haunted Howls. Try saying that 5 times fast. But it is a trunk or treat. There'll be candy, face painting, and a really spooky, fun adoption special. So we just want everyone to join us at our facility at 5277 East Airways Boulevard this coming Friday, or next Friday, sorry.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Any takers? She'll be out in the lobby. Okay. Tyler? Nelson?
Alrighty, that'll lead us to council member reports and comments at this time. We'll start with council member Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to withhold most of my comments for next week except for one. And this has to do with what's happening to the Republic of Armenia in Nagorno-Karabakh, or Artsakh, as you may know. I was fortunate last year to travel to Armenia for the medical mission. We have so many Armenian Americans in this community. Every year we raise their flag, and I think every council member and the mayor and city manager always make it out there for that event. It's very important to us. When I was in Armenia, one of the many things I noticed was the number of young Russian men in Armenia. And why were they there? Because they did not want to go and fight in an illegal war in the Ukraine. Now we have Azerbaijan fighting in an illegal war, trying to take over territory that belongs to ethnic Armenians, and it is a travesty. There's not a lot we can do as a local community. We don't have a State Department, but we do have the ability to provide aid and support, humanitarian aid, and as Americans, we should be very proud that we have U.S. aid out there on the ground. When I was in Armenia, I got to meet the U.S. aid director, and that meant a lot to me that they know they have our support, but they also need more than that. They need diplomatic support, and they need some real pushback against what the forces in Azerbaijan are doing, illegally taking territory. So they need a lot more than our thoughts and prayers, but they're going to get that at the very least. And I want to thank the folks out there right now from Fresno, like Stephanie Berugian and Burj Abkarian, who are right now in Armenia providing humanitarian aid. They have our gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. Just want to start off with some thank yous to the folks in Downtown Partnership and my staff for the Fiestas Patrias and the mayor's attendance this last weekend. We had thousands of folks attend the festival, enjoyed the march and the great food and arts and crafts that was taking place on Fulton Street. Also, thank you to the fire department for helping us through the final inspections of Hotel Fresno. The 80 units of residential permanent housing in downtown are officially ready for move-in. Thanks to the fire departments and dozens of inspectors that had to work for the last few months to get that project complete. The hotel had been vacant for 40 years. We've spent the last 5 years getting the financing in place and more than $40 million to renovate and restore the old hotel and make it to a permanent housing unit for folks. So thank you again for that. Mayor and Parks Director, thanks for the JSK Park improvements. I know we funded the project more than 4 years ago, and there's been some delays on the national and international supply chain for play structures, but we finally got that. And the good news is it passed inspection because it was able to carry the mayor and I down the slide. So if it can manage our 200 pounds each, then I'm sure it'll work for the kids of West Fresno. The tower folks, thank you for the residents and their patience. We've been inundating the South Tower neighborhoods with quite a bit of construction these last few months. Not only the protected bike lanes and the resurfacing of streets and sidewalks and trees and planting and removing and trimming, but now we've begun the construction of the Safe Routes to School projects for several schools in South Tower, so they'll finally get sidewalks that were promised more than 111 years ago, and the curbs and gutters and trees so that kids can walk through their neighborhood to their schools instead of using the busy Palm Avenue. And we're, of course, finishing up the permanent protected bike lanes on Palm Avenue. I also want to do a special thank you to my council colleague, Member Chavez. It's not too often that a council member from a different district cleans up blight in another council member's district, but thank you for removing the blight from the parking lot of the city hall. It's been a few months. My staff is working on a proclamation to recognize your volunteerism in removing that blight. I did get quite a bit of photos of concerned citizens and city employees. And now, City Manager, I think we're ready to finally get that gate in the back working, that the blight has been removed. So thank you all. And finally, to our City Attorney, as you know, this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and we would appreciate some Mexican candy as part of the candy that you provide us for council meetings. So I've given your staff some recommendations on dulcerias in the district. So I'm looking forward to some good candy that we can all enjoy while we're engaged in these long public policy meetings. Thank you guys all for coming, and I do appreciate and want to welcome all our Indígena and Punjabi community who's here today. I know you don't come too often to meetings, and I know it requires you to take some time off work, but hopefully we'll make some historic decisions today that will benefit all of us, including your respective communities. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President, and you're welcome, Councilmember Arias. That was part of my Beautify the Parking Lot effort here in the City of Fresno. I won't tell you what we found inside the vehicle, but that's for another story. Along those lines of Beautify Fresno, I want to thank our team for the cleanups that have been happening across the city. And, you know, Mayor, you talked about this turning into a movement. I love seeing the fact that people in the neighborhood come out and clean. We had a great team this past week come out and clean the future community garden there on 11th and Veru area. And then had a really great meeting with our Jackson neighborhood CDC folks, Rhonda and Joe, that is now helping in a different capacity. I know Councilmember Sparsa, you also met with them as we're tag teaming that area, but it just goes to highlight a lot of the great work that's happening in our community. So I want to also invite folks to the St. Anthony Harvest Festival. We're going to be helping to support that community resources. So Father Anches out there has been doing great work with the community, and we want to thank him for that work that's been happening. And then also, as a lot of you folks know, the Big Fresno Fair is coming. So big thank you to our public works folks that have been doing a lot of the beautification and the cleanups and repainting a lot of the curbs and stripes along the fairgrounds. It'll make the traffic flow a lot easier as we get over 1 million folks that come to that area, and we want to make sure that we present our best foot forward. But I want to thank the fair for their engagement and their really efforts in going after grants. I think this is the first time that the fair has actually gone out, and we did a letter of support, obviously, to get, I believe they applied for $10 million to do some work there in the Big Fresno Fairgrounds. So get your stretchy pants ready. There'll be a lot of cinnamon rolls and corn dogs and all that good stuff that happens during the fair. I think we will be out there for the inaugural horse race that they kick off. I think it's mules, not horses. They do mules, mares that kick it off out there, which is perfect for this council to have that because we're stubborn. So with that, Council President, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bertefeld.
Yeah, I just wanted to also thank staff for the community meeting out at Rotary East Park. to enlighten the community about the pickleball courts that we are continuing to move forward in building and construction and constructing. I know people are really eager for this to happen, also in other parks as well. So I want to thank you for that. And I know it was very successful. My chief of staff was there. We had about 50 people there. We are moving forward with it, and it will become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, thank you, Council President. First off, I want to offer another congratulations to the Central California Food Bank and their opening of the First Fruits Market located over at the City Center campus, over at Dakota, just east of Blackstone. The City Center campus is no longer in my district after the redistricting process, but still a project I remain very invested in. And I'm very thrilled to see all the different progress and sort of organizations and services that are being located down at the City Center campus, including this new market. Several thank yous, both to city staff and to residents in our districts. Thank you to park staff for hosting the open house regarding the splash pad at Manchester Park, and thank you to all the residents who came out that evening as well. I think we had a productive conversation and got a lot of great input as park staff moves forward on that project. I want to thank our city staff who attended our Neighbors Night Out over at Manchester Park. And that occurred, I believe, last Wednesday. So again, thank you to all the neighbors who took the time to come out, enjoy, and just build that social capital in the neighborhood. I want to thank the planning director, Jennifer Clark, and our parking director, Melissa Almager, for joining myself and Council Vice President Perea at City College this week for a meeting on the parking districts that are located within District 7, both in the Fresno City College neighborhood and the VA neighborhood, and of course to all the residents who took the time to come out and join us there as well, provide their input as we navigate any potential changes in policy to our parking districts. And speaking of City College, looking forward to the State of the College that's occurring tomorrow morning with President Pimentel. So we look forward to joining the college there in District 7. And lastly, if anybody would like to join us in cleaning the district this coming Saturday, we'll be working with Beautify Fresno, cleaning up the Radio Park neighborhood on Saturday morning. I believe the meeting spot will be in the Sam's Deli parking lot. And that'll be it for me, Council President.
Thank you very much. Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by just thanking our city's graffiti team. Whenever I'm driving through my district, I report graffiti on the spot, and they've always done an incredible job just making sure that that is cleaned up within 24 hours. So big shout out to that team. And then congratulations to Robin McGeehee. She is our city's first LGBTQ liaison. I know she'll be very successful in this role, so thank you to the mayor as well for his commitment to filling that role, that position. Our District 1 Business of the Month is Reloved Vintage, located at 2568 West Shaw. It's a very unique, antique, vintage, secondhand used store, so I encourage everyone to go check it out. And then thank you to the Mexican consulate for your partnership with last week's flag raising in honor of the 213th Mexican Independence Day. And just a couple more. We have a few things coming up this weekend. We have the repainting of the crosswalks. That's going to coincide with the Fresno High Community Block Party. So I invite everyone to come out and help us with the repainting of that. That is going to be Sunday, August 1st at 3 p.m. That's going to be at the corner of Echo and Weldon. Also coming up, we have the Manhattan Short Film Festival. This is going to be presented by Creative Fresno. That's going to be Friday, October 6th at 7:30 p.m. in the Tower District. And lastly, I'll just echo what my colleague from District 5 mentioned, which is the Big Fresno Fair. Opening day is next Wednesday. And I'm I'm on the board of directors for the Fresno Fair, and we talked a lot about all the good work the city has done around the fair to make it a welcoming and beautiful place, as my colleague mentioned. And so thank you to the crews who have invested their time over the last several months to make sure that we are ready for opening day. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Good morning, everybody. I have just a few updates. We've had a busy couple of weeks in District 4. Last week was Crime Scene Investigation Appreciation Week. We do have a CSI section here with our Fresno Police Department comprised of 23 individuals that respond to every sort of violent crime that happens in the city, whether it's a homicide, an assault, a rape, a burglary. You have these 23 folks responding to every single one of these calls throughout the city of Fresno. They truly see the worst of the worst, and they work long and they work hard. And so last week, it was an honor to go and recognize their work, present them with certificates, as well as sponsoring their meals throughout the week. They have an incredibly demanding job, and wanted to just let it be aware that the city really appreciates all the work that our Crime Scene Investigation Unit does here in the city of Fresno. I want to thank the mayor. I'm sure he'll touch upon it a little bit more when he comes up. We had a press conference last Tuesday that the city received $24 million in funding to combat retail vehicle theft, retail theft, and catalytic converter theft in the city of Fresno. So we'll have the ability to hire 25 new police officers here in the city of Fresno to focus on just those 3 crimes. I was proud to work with Chief Balderrama earlier this year to sponsor some legislation that cracked down on catalytic converter theft. We did see a successful reduction in catalytic converter theft since February till now. Unfortunately, that takes a lot of our officers away from their assigned duties to focus on catalytic converter theft. So this grant will allow us to hire 25 dedicated officers just to focus on catalytic converters, retail theft, and vehicle theft here in the city of Fresno. As Councilmember Bredefeld said, we did have a community meeting earlier this week. We had one in District 4, so thank you to the Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre, for leading that, as well as Summer with your team. We will be building the city's first pickleball courts and futsal court in the city of Fresno. We have other courts throughout the city that folks use to play pickleball and futsal, but are not designed with all the amenities and features to play a professional game of pickleball or futsal. So again, we had about 50 people come out and give feedback, and we'll see some construction begin on that, hopefully sometime early next year. Concrete repairs, thank you to our Public Works team. We will be repairing sidewalks in the neighborhood near Baird Elementary School. Baird Middle School. Work will begin the first week of October and be completed by the end of this calendar year, so December 2023. And last announcement, we still have another month for businesses in the airport district to apply for small business facade improvement grant. If you have a business in the airport district and it needs a touch-up or some improvements, you have another month to apply for $40,000 to $75,000. To touch up your business and improve it. If you have any questions on how to do that, you can reach out to our office at 621-8000. We'll walk you through the application process. And that'll conclude my remarks. Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to come up and give some comments at this time.
Thank you, Council President. Follow up on that retail grant. I think not only is it going to fund 25 police officers for us, but it also allows them to establish a task force with Clovis PD, with Fresno County Probation, as well as the District Attorney's Office. And I think the real success is going to be in the collaboration as well as the combined prosecution of cases for those that think that they can go into stores and steal under a certain amount. The ability to combine those with other types of thefts that those individuals are involved in, I think is going to be a big boost in our community and a support to our business community. I did want to say this last week, we had over 1,500 people register for the American Planning Association of California conference, statewide conference right here in Fresno. I had the opportunity to greet them last Sunday at their opening. And it was over a 4-day period. We had folks from all over California here, planners, city managers, et cetera, and incredible boost to our local economy as well. A thank you to our staff, especially Carolina, who did an incredible job of coordinating, organizing, as well as Jennifer Clark for bringing that conference to us. Last Tuesday, I had the opportunity to meet with Chinatown business owners at Komodo's as part of, excuse me, the Chinatown Open for Business program. And it is refreshing to see how optimistic a lot of the Chinatown businesses are right now, especially in light of the grant funding that we're getting for the downtown and Chinatown area. And then I followed up and ate over at Tamale Mama's on Sunday. And for those of you who have not been there, you have to go there. There is a line out the door, and she has about 500,000 followers on social media. And that when we left, there was still a line out the door. So Tamale Mama's in Chinatown, and we want to support all of our Chinatown businesses as well. And then lastly, I had the privilege Friday of going to the Centenarian Day at the terraces at San Joaquin Garden, and to be able to present certificates to 9 centenarians, people that are over the age of 100. One of them 106 years old, and to be able to sit down with a World War II veteran and to be able to hear some of the stories. He was actually on the last bombing mission during the war. So incredible accomplishment, and hopefully all of us will get there someday. So, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager?
Just one brief comment. Was able to attend the Central California Women's Conference, where Brooke Shields was the keynote speaker. 3,700 attendees. I'm sure 99.9% were women. I did see a few brave men in the audience, but she was an amazing speaker, very, very funny, very down to earth. So it was great having her here in town and being able to sit down and listen to stories about her life and being a mom and balancing work with motherhood. So I just wanted to share that all with you. It was a good time.
Thank you. City Clerk?
No reportable.
Okay. City Attorney?
No report today.
Okay, that'll conclude reports and comments up here on the dais. We're going to go ahead and go to public comment at this time, including consent, contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session. As usual, we will start with folks in the audience. If you wish to speak but haven't filled out a yellow card yet, please do so. We have some in the back of the chambers. And then we'll move on to folks over Zoom. You will have 3 minutes to speak. You will hear the first ding and see the yellow light go off when you have 1 minute remaining. The red light will go off when your time is concluded. We'll start with the first person in the chamber today, which is Shar Thompson. Shar, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Shara Thompson. I'm the Central Valley Regional Coordinator with Tenants Together. I'm a single mother in District 3 and a leader within the Fresno Tenants Union. I'm here today on behalf of the union members of the Fresno Tenants Union, specifically the Californian Hotel. We have been organizing this complex for over a year now. Folks are still having to set traps for rats, not provided by the complex. And the property manager is threatening to evict people if they go and tell code enforcement at this point. On Tuesday, the Californian had a house meeting and they sat together and discussed how they wanted to proceed since code enforcement has not held this complex accountable with mitigating the above issues. So cockroaches, bed bugs, and rats. I informed the tenants that they should go through the proper channels and inform the property manager again with the issues via direct maintenance request forms, certified letters to cover their tracks, and then to reach out to code enforcement and council. Then proceed by going up the chain of command. When a resident from the Californian asked for the maintenance request form to fill out and provide them to the other association members, they were turned down and told that they were to go to the property manager themselves and let him know what the issues were that they were having in their units verbally. This property manager harasses the tenants, uses intimidation tactics to scare residents, is retaliatory, dismissive, disrespectful, and completely shuts down any complaints that a tenant provides. How are these tenants supposed to inform him if he doesn't take into consideration what they report? I think it's time for the city to start holding these landlords and property managers accountable for the way that they act because they are not following the California Code of Business Profession, let alone the housing codes. These acts of intimidation to tenants are a prime example of retaliation and why tenants need a safe space and more protection for their landlords and property managements. Tenants and landlords, meaning all constituents of the city, should be able to go to a rent board where there is a housing issue. People should not have to put their housing on the line in order to hold somebody accountable to the law and hope a judge understands their argument or case because they aren't educated enough on the laws and there just aren't enough lawyers to support the cases here in Fresno, let alone Fresno County. The EPP has helped keep folks housed, but last Tuesday at our Tenants Together statewide virtual clinic, a third of the participants were from Fresno, the city of Fresno alone, and only 3 of those were based on evictions. The rest were habitability, harassment, and retaliation. I've said this time and time again that the city of Fresno needs a rent board. We need enforcement in this city, and how many people need to get illegally locked out, shot by their landlord, and the landlord get off the hook for killing that tenant? How many displaced children need to be killed? How many more people need to be sexually harassed or coerced for rent? Folks who are paying for repairs and inflated costs to stay housed are threatened with eviction. How many people need to live?
That'll conclude your time for this morning.
Well, let's get that rent board.
Next in the chambers today, we have Anna McClendon. Anna McClendon? All right, we'll be, Anna, is that you? Do you have a mic for? Yeah, we'll have the city clerk bring one out.
Thank you. Go ahead, and then they'll have you.
Hi, I'm Anna McClendon. I used to live on the 8th floor, but the pipes of the ceiling, they got busted, and all the water went into my apartment. But they would not do nothing. They just got me out of there, and they told me to go to the second floor, and to live there. So I just live there. There are lots of rats and cucarachos, and all the rats at night, they run back and forth, and on the hall, they just go back and forth, and I tell them, look, and they won't pay attention to me. I don't know what to do. And in the back alley, there's a big hole, like in the street. There goes under it. I wish somebody would do something about it, because every time I go there, I know where it is, but some that don't go, they go down, and they fall down, because there are holes in the street. I mean, I don't know who to go to. I don't know. That's it, I guess.
Thank you. Can we get your address, ma'am?
It's a California, the California apartments, those apartments, the 8th floor apartments. It's on the back, in front of the baseball field.
Okay.
That one. And I don't know, I mean, they told me that there's some more apartments, but I can't go because I'm in a wheelchair. So if somebody would pay attention or something, I guess that's it.
Thank you, Anna. Next in the chambers, we have Patricia Granillo.
Maxwell, did you do her address? She had in California as well. I know you asked, it wasn't sure. The address is on the card.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Granillo. I live at 851 Van Ness Avenue, and I'm in apartment 709. I'm here today again because we're we're not getting any relief. And I don't know if we need to make another subgroup of code enforcement to come in and focus solely on what's going on there. But, you know, the bug problem, the rat problem, they closed up our trash chute. And once they did that, the rats had to go somewhere to eat. So they came up. And we have elderly people there that are very ill. They are with PACE. And I wonder if we could do a study, we'd figure out that their living conditions were causing their health conditions. We also, you know, have intimidation. I have had the manager, he tries to intimidate me, but he doesn't. But I have had people crying at my door, shaking. If we make one more complaint, Juan's gonna evict us, where am I gonna go? I mean, that's just sick. That you have to have such a power trip, that you have to force these older people to bow down to you. That's not right. These people are at the end of their lives. They need to be in dignity. Now, I don't know about you guys, but you have elderly parents, I'm sure, and you would never allow this to happen to them. So how can you allow it to happen to your neighbors? We are all brothers and sisters in this. So I hope that the council will step up and put more force on them. That's all we're asking, is a decent place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Vicki Donald. Vicki?
Good morning. My name is Vicki Donnell. I live in District 3 at the California Hotel, apartment at 851 Van Ness, apartment 627. I have a one-bedroom unit, and I have been bitten by rats. I have broken my fingers trying to set traps. I've had the roof fall off me with rats on top of me. I have dealt with Juan's tenacity of bullying us. I've tried to get them to do stuff. They won't use rat poison because they say the rats die. They don't know where they die. They don't know where to get them. I've had the ceiling fall on me. I've had the rat traps. I busted disc finger, this thumb, had x-rays yesterday. I've been bitten. It's just a horrible thing that they won't do what they should do for us elderly people. And I just hope that the city council will look into this deeper and actually see that we're being bullied. Nothing's being taken care of like it should be. The trash chutes were shut. I've been there 11 years. 8 years I was there. I never had a problem. Never had a problem for 8 years. Did these people shove stuff in the chute? And they know who did it because they have cameras. But they make the rest of us suffer for somebody else's actions, which I think is not right. That we need our trash chutes, and we don't get it. The people have a tendency not to take the trash out. Therefore, the rats will come. They came in my room. They did repair the roof that fell in. They did block the holes and stuff where the rats can't. It took them 3 times to do it, but they finally did it all. And now the rats are trapped in my room. And I can't catch them. I can't chase them. I just been bit by them at night. You can hear them running around the halls. Like Willard, it's like the movie Willard. You can hear them, thousands of them, like running down the hall on the roof. And it's just crazy. They're in my room. I can't get them out. I can't. The pest control comes once a week to the building. Yes, they do. But they only go to certain floors once a week. They only go like to 8 and 7 1 week, 6 and 5, 4 and 3, 2 and 1, okay? Every week they come, yes. They don't go to every floor every week. They don't check on everybody every week. They don't do that. You know, when the pest control comes, they go to certain floors at certain times. And sometimes I don't even think the stuff that they use is even anything. There's no smell, there's no odor, there's no nothing. I just hope that the city council looks into this deeply and understands that the elderly that live there are sick, and we're getting sicker. And I believe a lot of it has to do with the conditions of the building. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would like to remind the audience that we do have a rule in the chambers that if you wish to hold a sign up, you must either be sitting in the back row or standing around the perimeter. You're able to hold a sign up during your 3 minutes when you come up here. Otherwise, we ask that you keep them lowered for the benefit of the rest of the folks in the audience, as well as the folks watching from home that rely on the cameras in the back of the room to see the chambers. Next in the chambers, we have Bill Passing. Or I'm sorry, Ms. Carr, Nanaki Carr.
Honorable members of the City Council, today I implore you to consider the immense importance of the passing of California's first caste indigenity ordinance. This groundbreaking step is vital for achieving equality, recognizing historical injustices, and fostering an exclusive community. Your support can set a precedent for progress across the state and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in the chambers, we have Fernando Elizondo Sr. Good morning.
Peace be with you. The Lord is my strength and my defense. I have a subliminal message for an individual. He said he couldn't read this. It's the 10 Commandments. You shall not murder. The subliminal message goes to that person. Another one is, you shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. This subliminal message goes out to that individual. We have the same problem. Always these people come up and complain about housing. There's been $1 billion allocated to Fresno. This should not be happening. Why? Because someone has stolen that money. They have funneled it. They didn't make housing for these people. They made businesses. Another sham, another scam, like all this stuff that's going on. They say they're fixing the infrastructure. You might as well put armor on the roads. That's what they're doing. Armor on, make them look good, but they're not being done right. I ought to know, I'm an inspector. I know quality when I see it. The bottom line is, the money is not going where it should go. We need to have an audit here and also an indictment on those individuals that signed for these things to be done. The whole, city council is at fault. They turned a blind eye to reality. They remind me of the monkeys. I don't see, I don't hear anything, and I don't say nothing. That's sad. You're all grown-ups. I've even had a confrontation with the city attorney, not Mr. Andrews, but those assistants. They said that the budget that you had up there with the press conference did not exist. That's a big farce. I have the paperwork to prove it. But anyway, we pray for you that you will use your integrity, not be a puppet of Jerry Dyer. He's the culprit. Don't be a puppet. Use your own judgment. You're all individuals. And don't sell yourself short for a cheap suit. Amen.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Amar. Amar Darak.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm here to speak about Ordinance 23-1395 to end caste discriminations in Fresno, California. And I would like to thank Councilmember Miguel Arias, Mike Carbasi, and Annalisa Perea for bringing this ordinance. Caste is a real problem. My people back in India has suffered from this disease for thousands of years. And there's about 1 billion people, 1 billion with the B, right now in India, suffering from this disease one way or another, some more, some less. And unfortunately, this disease called caste has landed in Fresno and California. So real problem needs a real solution, and I would like to thank all of you for considering even, on this ordinance and passing this today. Similar bill, SB 403, is on the governor's desk right now. It passed through the Senate House, it passed through the Assembly House, and now it's on the governor's desk. It's SB 403. Like I said, real problem needs real solutions, and I am a president of Shri Guru Vidas Sabha of Fresno, California, and there are another 5 Shri Guru Vidas Sabhas in California that also do support this bill. So, like I said, we need to make sure that Fresno and you guys stand on the right side of the history. And once again, I would like to also thank the Jakarta Movement and the other organizations for supporting this bill. SB 403, like I said, is at the governor's desk. If you guys can text, email the governor also, so he can pass this bill as soon as possible. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Nandeep.
Good morning, City Council members, Mayor Dyer, and of course my community of Fresno. Today we have an opportunity to do something extremely historic. I really want to appreciate your courage, the way you all have sort of leaned in despite probably your inboxes being flooded over the last 24 hours or so. But what you're doing is really important. It's been an honor for us to work, of course, as Amar shared the larger sort of history, but to work with CBDIO and the indigenous communities to really do something that would be the first, not only in the state of California, but the first in the nation, to recognize the nuances between some of our emerging communities. And we appreciate your support. We appreciate this being on the consent, and just wanted to send my appreciation to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Next in the chambers is Saray Martinez.
Good morning, City Council members, Mayor. My name is Saray Martinez. I'm the Executive Director with Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. I'm also an indigenous Zapotec from the state of Oaxaca that is here to thank you and to really appreciate you standing with our communities, standing with us South Asian brothers and sisters, to really take a stand on historical injustices. As indigenous communities, we face this discrimination within the Mexican and Latino community. There's prejudice, there's always this idea that because we're indigenous, we're less. Not only here, but we carry this from our countries too, not only around our color of skin, but also in the opportunities that we have in the investment that are done in our communities. So what you're doing here, I think, Deep said it really well. You're taking a strong stand, and you're really being courageous of taking this step and voting for this ordinance to pass. So we're here to thank you, and we're here to work together to make the city better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Patricia Shawn.
Good morning. I'm Patricia. I'm from the Trails End Mobile Home Park called La Hacienda now. I'm here on behalf of my neighbors. We have Linda, Angelina, Angelica, Elizabeth, Connie, Gloria, Kim, Lydia, Leslie, Linda, Martha, Paul, Patsy, Sharon, Sonia, myself, Vicky, Eric, Valentine, Eddie, David, Stella, Eladio, and Christiana. That's what's left. That's all that's left. So I know it's very important, the 5th, and I'm here. I know you guys can't fix everything, and it's not on you guys to fix everything, but I'm begging you to please stand up and fix something. I don't know where I'm going. You guys didn't get there in time to save me, but there are other people. They're worth saving. They're great people. They just want to stay at home. You know, I didn't come from a lot. I've lived here all my life, and I've tried to do well, tried to do good, tried to be a good person, tried to be truthful, and sometimes that doesn't get you anywhere. And I just want to tell you, I'm not going to change. I'm still going to be me. I don't care what happens. I'm still going to be me. I'm going to be friendly. I'm going to be truthful. I'm going to help people. That's what I want to do. I want to help my neighbors stay in their mobile homes. Please, if you can, find a way. I don't know what else to ask you. Just save my neighbors, please. Thank you for this nice street up front. It's beautiful. We've got a newly paved street. It's beautiful. I picked it up and down the street today. Thank you.
Next in the chambers is Antoinette Thompson.
Hello, my name is Antoinette Thompson, and I just want to speak on the justice system here. You know, I thought the law was for everyone, because when I committed a crime, I done my time. And since I've been back out of prison and off parole and everything, a lot of things has been going on, like unauthorized documentary, unauthorized research, and that has caused nothing but havoc in my life. It has made me dishoused, it has distracted me from school. The police in Fresno County has unscrewed my lug nuts, called herself bringing me a Dodge Ram on the freeway. Sonia Kraft Hernandez, she knows that she was one of the responding officers. She gave me a ride off the freeway. And you know, when she asked the man, how long will we be here? He said, it's a joke. You know, if I would have did that to someone, I would have been doing my 3rd strike in prison. And these people just keep saying, we got another call, hold on. You know, that's not okay. We need to get this resolved, because I don't want to take this to court, because I think I could have killed somebody on Herndon in '99. You know, when they unscrewed my lug nuts at Avenue 7 at the Chevron, big white guy in a green truck. You know, I went back in June to double check out what's going on, because I know those people at the Chevron. And I don't think that's okay. And I have all my evidence. It's just that in Fresno, nobody takes your case because they don't go against the government. But that's just one thing. I have more things, but I'll save those for another time. That's just my main concern, is like, you know, the police had created a lot of work last year trying to the sheriff department too, don't leave them out. The sergeant with the little hair, he had, do you want a documentary made? I told him no. That documentary they call themselves making almost killed people, made fires, and I reported it and nothing been done.
Next in the chambers, we have Kim Sands.
Hi, I'm from Trails End Mobile Home Park in Fresno, and what has happened there is like inhumane. I went without hot water after the fires for 395 days. How many of you would like to have that happen? Do your dishes. You got to boil water for everything. I hate boiling water now. Spaghetti, you can cook it for me, I'll eat it. But yeah, it's, when you think about it, everything you need for hot water to be sanitary. And they took their time. When Harmony came in, they lied. They lied to you. They lied to us. Our meeting, they had a Q&A, right? Our meeting, they took questions. Did they give us answers? No. They did when you heard noises on your porch because they're ripping shit off and saying it's a fire hazard and throwing their stuff away, my gardening stuff. I had to wash my dishes outside, so they took my dishes. I mean, come on, you guys. They didn't take my paints, they didn't take my thinners, they didn't take my gas cans, but they took my stuff, my hobbies, that makes 104 East Sierra, Space 26, my happy place. I came from Rhode Island, I've been there for 5 years, they're trying to say I'm squatting. Really? Buy back the park. I live there legally. Buy back, it's in my name. You know, give them back their 1.7 million and say, you guys didn't do a good job and plus you deceived us. So, you know, have compassion. They don't. They really don't. Boy, I could tell you stories. I could probably talk for 20 minutes, but I know I can't. But yeah, we need to get something done in our district that's not being done. But thanks for the pavements, man. You did have parking lots, you know. It's a beautiful thing. People, you know, there's no potholes in some of them, but you missed O'Neill's there on Blackstone and Sierra. Potholes everywhere.
Next in the chambers is David Willis. David?
Hey, that's some powerful stuff that Trissy laid on it. Naming all the people that are still left. My name's David Willis. Now, you've seen me before. I live at 104 East Sierra Avenue, Space 41, and I've lived there since July of '99. That's a quarter of a century, okay? For you who are into math. It was Trails End Mobile Home Park. Now it's called La Hacienda Mobile Estates, and it is owned by a ruthless corporation named Harmony. This corporation did not reveal to the city of Fresno their intentions of ultimately closing the park down in 12 months. My business law course told me that anytime there's that kind of deceit involved in a contract, it constitutes a breach and thereby voids the contract. So, give Harmony back their $1.7 million, man. I mean, who's got that money anyway? Okay. Shut him down like you did George Santikian. Now, you didn't have any problem shutting him down. And let Caritas or some other nonprofit manager come in and manage it. You put down the $1.7 million, get Harmony out of the picture. We currently have 29 people that have been evicted, as Trissy gave us the list. Leaving 31 people hanging by a string. We have disabled people here now, and they're homeless. Bicycle repairman Dave, the veteran, now sleeps under the bushes across the street. It's a heartbreaker. It's heartbreaking. I mean, it really is, man. Well, I mean, if you're a vigilant, I mean, anyway. Okay. Heartbreaking. Okay. Elderly people on survival's last legs. Next stop, homelessness. Man, buy it back for $1.7 million. Stop these tyrants. You have the power. Do it now. I'll give them back their $1.7 million and shut down this homeless-causing Harmony Corporation. Harmony causes homelessness. Fresno City does not. Huh? Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Jaskeet Kaur.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good morning, City Council and Mayor's Office. As you make your decisions today, I hope you're really centering the experiences of those affected by caste and indigeneity, and not of those who continue to benefit from that privilege. Please go back to previous testimonies of SB 403 as well if you need more context. There is obviously generational work to be done to really end the social discrimination that these folks have to face every day, but to include this as a protected category in the workplace would be a huge stride towards justice. Please do keep in mind that the ripple effect your decision has will reverberate all throughout the Valley, California, and the nation, and I hope to see you all make history today. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Judith Martinez.
Good morning, council members. My name is Judith Martinez with Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. I'm indigenous Mixtec from Oaxaca. We are here to support the protection of indigenous and South Asian communities against the caste discrimination, and we would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Margarita Vasquez.
Good morning, city members. My name is Margarita Santiago Vasquez, and I'm an indigenous Zapotec. I speak 3 languages, Zapoteco, Spanish, and English, and I'm here today to vote you to have the initiative to pass this caste. As community indigenous, we have been discriminated for years, and I'm happy to see that Fresno is the first city in California to have this initiative, and I hope you vote for this. And this is makes me feel a little bit safe, especially knowing that Fresno City might pass this ordinance, especially as new generation to have a safe place. As I mentioned, as indigenous community, and I'm pretty sure South Asians, we've been through so much discrimination by our skin color, the language we speak, how we look, our tradition. And thank you for taking this initiative, and I hope you vote for it. And then to have our neighbor cities such as Madera and other cities around to have this initiative for Fresno to pass this and be the example for other cities. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude the in-chambers comments. City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up to speak on Zoom?
Yes, we have Brandy in.
Good morning, Brandy.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
You could increase your volume a little bit would be helpful.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I want to, hearing the statements by those in the Californian and Trails End residents is heartbreaking. And I applaud the residents, all of you that showed up and are speaking and spoke for themselves and for their neighbors. And I hope that the council takes action, not only for them, but other vulnerable residents. I want to continue reading the remainder of Sheriff Thompson's statement on this. The EPP has helped keep folks housed. But last Tuesday at our Tenants Together statewide virtual clinic, a third of the participants from Fresno alone, only 3 of those were based on evictions. The rest were on habitability, harassment, and retaliation, which is something I've heard from many people who are unhoused, who have lost their housing. I've said this time and time again, that the city of Fresno needs a rent board. We need enforcement in the city to know how many people need to get illegally locked out, shot, and landlord get off the hook for killing their tenant, how many displaced children need to be killed, how many more people need to be sexually harassed or coerced for sex for rent, folks who are paying for repairs at inflated costs to stay housed or they are threatened with eviction, how many people need to live in inhabitable conditions and be harassed by the landlord, how many people need to throw out contaminated food that have been eaten by a mouse or retaliated against in the city we are trying to ensure everyone can thrive in. You council have the power to implement something and leave a legacy to change the housing system we live in. Quit manufacturing unhoused people. It is not good business. Thank you for your time. That was from Shar. And I want to mention that there are many on the street who are unhoused because of these situations. There's an empathy for those who are speaking, and yet once they're unhoused, they become a problem. They get reduced to a political issue. They are judged for trying to keep their belongings. They're mistreated by heart. And ask that we dignify not only those who are that are trying to retain their housing, but those who are unhoused with a lived experience board. I just heard from a woman who is pregnant and a college student who maxed out of her 3 months at a shelter and now is contacting me asking where she can go. And I ask that we work on finding ways to protect our community and also not to allow the HEART team to continue to make lives more unbearable and unjust. Everyone deserves right as well. I thank you, Kabasi, for speaking up on the situation in Arkansas and ask that whatever actions and help can be done will be done. And I also want to voice my support for the resolution on the rights based on indigeneity and caste. May protection be extended to everyone regarding of housing status and policy. Thank you.
Next, we have Tracy Robertson.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you,
Hello?
Tracy. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay, yeah, I'm Tracy Robertson. I am a resident at an emergency housing shelter. To the woman that was just speaking, have this young lady try to transfer her over to the ambassador. It's also an emergency 90-day shelter, but if she's put out of one, which they really cannot put her out, that's not the way it works, they cannot put her out. If that's the case, then she should try to have them transfer her over here, because I'm a student and I have an issue that they have now put me down here at the ambassador, which is one of the newer rehab facilities. We are also now beginning to see rats here that are coming from McDonald's, and as they close down other motels, they just closed down something called Step Up 99. As they close that down, the rats from wherever, I guess from there, have now started coming over to our property. For the people that live at the California Hotel who are suffering from the rats, it's probably because they have exhausted whatever is going on down there at that closed restaurant and whatever's going on in the parking lot and the construction from Ventura and all of that. Whatever's going on there is probably pushing the rats towards them. And it's a horrible thing, especially to be bitten by rats and to hear rats in the walls and the hallways at night. It's terrible. I have two things I need to talk about. One is housing here. I seem to be getting skipped over. There are people, it's supposed to be an orderly thing as they find housing for folks, and they have skipped over me because there are people that have only been here for maybe a month or two. And I've been here since April, and these people are getting into apartments before me, and something funny is going on in the works here. There's something else I want to talk about with being harassed here. I am being harassed by my next door neighbor. She has filed a phony order of protection against me. I had to go to court. It was dismissed. And since then, she's been harassing me more and more and more. She's getting more bold. And the manager here, Stephanie, refuses to do anything about it. She refuses to acknowledge it. The staff is refusing to say that they are acknowledging it. As a matter of fact, some of the staff is a part of it. And it's gang related also. All kinds of stuff is going on over here. And I wish they would have more patrol and police cars over here to monitor the situation. Because this woman next door to me, Ms. Potts, Cynthia Potts is her name, she is constantly harassing me. She just called me, excuse my language, she just called me a bitch the other day on the 25th, 3 different times as I was walking from microwaving my food to my room. She approached me. Before that, she was standing outside my door calling me the same term.
Thank you very much, Tracy.
And-
That'll conclude your time.
Next, we have Laura Gromes.
Yeah, good morning, Council President, Council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, Laura, I could hear you.
Wonderful. My name is Laura Gromes. I'm the chair of the Active Transportation Advisory Committee in the City of Fresno. And my comment is in regards to the proclamation on Roosevelt's Strong Day and the important recognition of the first responders to this terrible collision. My husband is a teacher at Roosevelt, and he shared with me firsthand how shaken his students have been. And while we thankfully did not have any fatalities, how it has impacted the student populations and certain students specifically that had to be in the hospital for a couple of days. And I hope that you agree with me that we need to do everything we can as a city to prevent collisions on our roads. And the response to this terrible event needs to be action. We need safe streets and safe routes to school for everybody. I hope to have your support this year for an official Vision Zero resolution in alignment with the World Day of Remembrance on October 19. This resolution would demonstrate the city's commitment to safe streets and eliminating traffic fatalities and severe injuries among all road users, while showing the commitment to increase safe, healthy, and equitable mobility. Thank you so much for your continued action to create safe streets in the city of Fresno. And I hope that you all will work towards action on this matter. Thank you so much.
Next is Goreng Desi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay, thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk today. I'd like to talk about B27 and SB 403. Nobody wants any kind of discrimination, but there are some fundamental flaws. First and foremost, we already have laws on the book at federal level and state level that already exist and provide the protection. Matter of fact, one of the great example that everybody claims about Cisco case was based on that law. So we already have a law that protects it. One of the problems that we see with this new bill is that they don't have definition of caste. The proponents, Equality Lab and Tanimosi Soundarajan, the founder, have been on the record saying that they will use people's last name and their dietary preference as a guideline to decide what the caste will be. So, for example, my son marries a white woman named Sonia Smith. She will, after marriage, she will become Sonia Patel or whatever, and she'll be considered as a upper caste, oppressor, because Sonia is a very common name between Indians and other ethnicity. Similarly, if my daughter marries a white man, she will automatically become, so-called good. So that's one of the problems. And who is going to decide what a person's caste is? Surnames like Patel, Shah are very common names, and they are saying that this will be upper caste. The second thing that we see is that dietary preference, meaning if you are a Hindu and if you are a vegetarian, you'll be considered upper caste. This is probably one of the biggest nonsense that I can think of. So these are some of the flaws. And the other thing, what I see is that sponsors of this bill, they are trying to basically make money by selling, products like training and stuff. What cost it'll take for a business to figure out what the castes are, how they will implement it, and on top of that, how are we going to, decide if the lawsuit is legal or not. We'll have so many lawsuits. We already have businesses running away from California, and this will only add to it. So the key problem takeaway is that, number one, we already have laws that exist on the book that take care of the problem. Two, we don't have this problem in California or USA for that matter. So we have not seen any discrimination. So why do you want to invent a problem and provide a solution?
Thank you very much. That'll conclude your time.
Next is Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everyone. How is everybody doing today? First off, I have three things. The previous gentleman who just spoke about a caste system needs to walk at least a year in my Birkenstocks because I've had so much discrimination based on my color, my name, my look, people not knowing who I am, not who I am, of what cultural background I come from, because I can identify physically with about 5 different ones. Education, the whole kit and caboodle. So yeah, United States, there's a lot of equal rights going on, but there's also a systematic caste system that goes on as well. Speaking as a woman of color, being indigenous, college educated, and basically I really don't take a lot of shit from anybody. Second thing I want to talk about is the dog park over at Roding. I've come up with a name. I would like to see it named, and we took a vote. We took a vote about a month ago. We would like to see the dog park at Roding Park called the Puppy Love Park, because we love our puppies. We thought it was something new, something innovative. Chew on it, think about it. Also, too, just want to let you know that I'm in day 31 of Prison Perea Prison, over here on cell block 1600 with Shawn Avenue. We're still waiting for our meeting with our councilwoman, finding it very shocking and surprising that as great as the City of Fresno is, that you can't pull together a meeting with a civil engineer, somebody from the city attorney's office, and somebody who is well schooled in ADA to talk to an entire block of folks about this beautiful bicycle path in which our bicyclists are going to be basically riding in the gutter during an El Nino coming storm. You guys spoke about the kids over at Roosevelt, and I think it's wonderful that you're very supportive of the staff, you're very supportive of the community, but in our 1600 block of with Shawn, we also have a Rough Rider who was a witness to the incident, who's also very concerned about her brother taking out trash cans out in this newfangled bicycle lane. And this new bicycle lane literally has added trauma to her life. That's really all I want to say, but you guys, you keep having the same folks come up and talk about housing issues in Fresno, and yet nothing gets done. So my question is, how do we get the city council to actually move forward and start getting solutions to the problems at hand? One of the things I see is the biggest problem in this city is there is really not a lot of policies and procedures of what the problem.
Thank you, Lisa.
Next is Des Martinez.
Let me talk fast because they cutting everybody today. Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Hey, in 2022, the U.S. drug overdose hit a record high, more than 109,000 drug overdose deaths in the United States. Fresno City today owns a few of unhoused shelters, and you guys have a responsibility for the safety of these residents. We have had way too many overdose deaths inside Fresno City-owned shelters and Housing Authority-owned shelters. I am requesting that both of you run a death report on all the overdoses that have happened inside of these shelters. Resources for rehab are rarely offered to these individuals with addiction because we don't have any beds for rehab. We don't have any detox beds available. In 2020, we had reported 254 overdose deaths in Fresno County, 75% being men, 25% being women. 121 of those deaths was due to meth, 17 was fentanyl. In 2021, 105 of the deaths was meth, and we rose to 43 being fentanyl. I'm curious to find what the 22 report will be. Fresno City was put on notice 2 years ago regarding the drugs being sold by security staff and others inside of these shelters to people with severe addiction. Yet today you still have done nothing about it. These deaths are on your hands, especially the mayor of Fresno, for not doing anything in regards to the safety of these lives of the unhoused community. These issues at the shelter need to be addressed immediately. This is not a one-person battle. This is going to take the community alongside with local, state, and federal leaders to take action to prevent more overdoses. So why doesn't the city or the mayor of Fresno get up and start leading by example and start an investigation on all these and Make it a priority that we don't have Pacific Valley Patrol selling drugs inside of these shelters anymore. Because if we have one more death, it should be on each one of your guys' hands for refusing to set an investigation. It took 8 months of a report from Fresno Bee Reporter to write an article that she should have won awards on, but yet it gone unnoticed after 2 weeks of it being publicized. Also, Sean Ginder, update, is only being charged with leaving the scene of an accident, and Ginder has overseen contributions for Gary Bredefield for the city council races. Gary Bredefield returned a total of $18,800 of that blood money back to the Ginders. That's it. Thank you.
There are no more online speakers.
All right, I did get an additional yellow card, so I'm going to invite Shadusty Daggett up at this time. Mr. Daggett, are you in the chambers with us? Okay. Please come up to the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes. Hi. Hello, please introduce yourself.
My name is Chadisty Daggett, and I'm here to support Grace Bound for the homeless people out there, including myself. They've been with me I've been with them for like about 4 years now. And they would give me blankets, a tent, food for my dog, showers. Sorry, I'm nervous. On Thanksgiving and Christmas, last 2-3 years I've spent with them, and I'm going to do that this year too. They've done a lot for a lot of people, including my best friend, and just lots of stuff. And they include everybody, and bring pizzas. And my mother had just passed away about 4 years ago, so she said, Christina, and Keith said that they were going to keep an eye on me, and because there was nobody else out there for me. So without them, I couldn't make. I wouldn't be here. I'm finally made it into a shelter, and I'm seeking my own place to live and stuff. But we need them still, and without them, I don't know. I have a dog named Pup, and this was all sprung on. He said, "Come on," and I said, "Okay." So I'm just real nervous. So. But I support them in every way. They have a thrift store and a church and stuff, and so they're like my family, and I love them. And then they do a lot of services for a lot of people. They pick us up and back and forth, and like this morning, they come and look for me. So that's it, right? Huh?
You have an additional minute if you'd like to take it.
Okay. So let's see. I'm looking forward to the holidays with them. Last year's and the year before's was really, really nice, and they give us. They got a food pantry, and you can get clothes, and very family-orientated place. And I know that they just got a second shower and stuff that is new, that we all appreciate out there. I've used them, and for the first couple of years, I would have never made it. I would have never made it ever. And I've never heard them turn anybody down. And they would come every 2 weeks to the camps and follow me. So yeah. Do I keep going? Yeah.
No, thank you very much for your time.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. That'll conclude comments today, Council. I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. I have a motion from VP Perea. I got a second from Councilmember Esparza. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. And that includes item 1II, amending sections of the Muni Code related to human rights, including protections against discrimination based on an individual's caste and indigeneity.
Thank you all for coming. We'll see you this afternoon.
All right, we will go on to our timed items, but before we do so, we have a couple of contested consent items related to our Fresno Police Department. I know our chief has some important business he needs to attend to, so we will do those contested consent items first before moving on to the timed items. I believe there are two. The first one being 1K as in King. Approve the award of a purchase contract to Lenco Armored Vehicles of Pittsfield, Massachusetts for the purchase of one Lenco Bearcat armored tactical vehicle. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. You have the floor.
Yes, Council President. Just one quick question, Chief. In the past, some of these military-style equipment were being used for like block parties and parades. Are we keeping the focus of usage for police business only?
No. There's many uses to this vehicle, and that includes communicating with the public and building public trust. Mainly, obviously, if there's an emergency situation, this vehicle provides coverage for the officers so they don't get shot. So that's the most critical thing. But being able to show up to, say, one of your district community engagement meetings and bring that vehicle on a limited basis, it really helps us build a lot of support with the public. And it's something that the children are attracted to. We want our kids to trust and know their police force is there to protect them, not to be afraid of them. So it does serve as a tool for building trust.
And I appreciate that. And I know the kids like the sticker badges and they like the police cars and turn on the sirens. Same thing for fire stations. I just have a bit of an uneasiness of having military equipment used in that way, at least in my district. So I would appreciate like that not being used for community events where there's kids around, I think.
We're very selective, and honestly, it's been quite some time since we've used it simply because it doesn't work. The current one that we have doesn't work.
Well, thank you, and I'm supportive of the item. You guys need what you need. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Arias and a second from Carbasi. Seeing nobody else punched up, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. That'll take us to item 1U as in union, actions pertaining to the 2024 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember.
Thank you. City Clerk, if you can pull up the slide that I provided you. I had a brief conversation with the chief yesterday about some of my concerns overall with enforcement. As you know, this grant provides us overtime resources to do DUI checkpoints, which is important. But of note, when I was in college, I did analysis of DUI checkpoints as a project. As a council member, I've been keeping a close eye on where we do DUI checkpoints. From my experience, it's like traffic control. Wherever you do traffic control, you'll get speeders, right? There's speeders across the whole city. There's people under the influence across the whole city. So what I was looking at is the locations that have been selected. And I understand it's not your line officers who make these decisions. It's grant managers, transportation folks. But what I noticed was a clear trend. In my district alone, there's been 19 DUI checkpoints during this period, where in Northeast there's been 2. The checkpoints that you used 3 years ago, you're still using today. So continuously, same locations. But what we really want to bring to attention to the public and to the chief is the places where they're not being done. In my district, in downtown, we host concerts that have 20,000 people. Primarily, all of them are drinking, whether it's Soundrina or Chachansi. We're not doing DUI checkpoints when we know that there's an abundance of folks drinking. In Northeast, at the State Mart Center, when they do concerts, a lot of people are drinking. When there's a football game, 40,000 people are drinking. Whether it's Club One, quite a bit, they serve alcohol for 20 hours a day. We also have new shopping centers in Northwest Fresno, 99, and Herndon that popped up in recent days. We have, of course, places on Champaign and Perrin. So what I wanted to have the chief consider and explore is us intentionally doing DUI checkpoints when there's large events. And when we know that people are serving a significant amount of alcohol, things that have more than 10,000 folks in them. I know it would be disruptive to traffic at times, but those events also require that they hire police officers contracting services to provide security. But I want the general public to know and expect that whether they go to a nightclub in the Tower District or a nightclub in Northeast Fresno or Elbow Room on Shaw, that they should expect to have the same experience and maybe pulled over for DUI if they go to a concert at the St. Mark Center or a concert to Chansey. If we're really trying to get after the folks under the influence, that's the only thing I want to bring to your attention and to your staff's attention. I know some of these sites were selected before your tenure, but going forward, I really want to have a focus on how we deal with massive events, whether it's, we do a Fres Yes, where we have 20,000 people. We do Art Hop, where we have 20,000 people and folks are drinking. I think those are fair for folks to expect that if they overdrink and they choose not to get an Uber or get a designated driver, that they're going to expect a checkpoint, and it shouldn't just be in the same places we've done for several years. With that, I'll make a motion to approve your item. Just want to bring that to attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President, for allowing me to go first.
We have a motion by Arias and a second by Council Vice President Perea. I have Councilmember Chavez punched up. Councilmember?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Chief, just two quick questions as I was kind of reading through the item. One, what is the criteria for determining where our police department selects a DUI checkpoint? Is that based on data? Is that based on what's the criteria?
There's a lot of factors that we consider. Data is one of them. If we're having a higher degree of DUI accidents in a certain intersection or major street, then obviously that's an area where that's a problem. So that's one factor. Another factor is the fact that to do one of these operations, we need a certain amount of room. Therefore, intersections, in order to not delay traffic, unjustifiably, we got to pick a location where we can actually set up the tools, equipment, and personnel. So that's another factor. Another factor is the fact that we rotate this throughout the city. So if we do one in District 1, then the next one might be in District 2 and 3 and so on and so forth. So our ability to be able to do these citywide is very important because drunk drivers are citywide. They're everywhere in our city. But, and I think Councilmember Arias does bring up some important points which he and I discussed last night. Traffic flow is very important. We don't want to do one of these operations and create more of a problem than there exists. At the same time, the reason we apply for the STEP grant is because this is an issue in the city of Fresno. A lot of people drive intoxicated, typically on weekends. So we want the public to know that we're out there. We want the public to know that if they are doing this, they are at risk to be pulled over, cited, and arrested by the Fresno Police Department.
No, and that's helpful. And I think what I'm trying to get to, Chief, I'd like to make a request that the council get a snapshot. We used to get those before of where you're having these collisions, kind of the data that your folks are looking at. I think that would be helpful as we're going through a lot of the investments. We just got the big grant from the state on the retail theft and what that looks like. I'm sure there will be a criteria that's also formulated based on where incidents are occurring, based on where calls for service are occurring. So I like to request that the council get that snapshot of where you're seeing a lot of these collisions as a result of DUI. Folks, I think that would be helpful for the conversation.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Seeing nobody else punched up, we do have a motion and second on the floor. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Chief. All right, we're going to move on to our timed items. I'm actually going to start with the 10:15 a.m. item. This is an appearance by Paul Harros to discuss significance of parade to the Central Valley and its contribution to the downtown Fresno area.
Members of the council, thank you for having us and putting us on your agenda. My name is Paul Harros. I'm the coordinator of the 2023 Central Valley Veterans Day Parade. Standing to my right is Dan Payne. He's an individual that's been involved with the parade for numerous years, and he's a parade consultant. And standing to my right is the parade president, Cruz Cuellar. So what we wanted to touch on today is it's a very important day that's coming up shortly for the whole nation. And one that's of significance to the city of Fresno is the value that the parade brings to the city of Fresno, how it brings it to the downtown corridor and to the nation and to the veterans of the community and the public city that supports it. The downtown Central Valley Veterans Day Parade is recognized as the biggest parade west of the Mississippi. That's a title that the city of Fresno, the Central Valley should be proud of. And because of the support of the city and the support of everybody here, thank you for that. Also this year, our Grand Marshal is an individual that we feel that reflects his or her service for the service that we're recognizing, which is the United States Marine Corps, and an individual that we feel reflects their contribution to the country and their contribution to the community. This year is Fresno Police Sergeant Jarrett Kraft. Jarrett Kraft is an individual that during his time in Iraq rose to the occasion, and he is a recipient of the Navy Cross. Thus, when he returned back home, he continued his service with the community of Fresno as a police officer and rising to the rank of sergeant. So that's an individual that we feel connects with the city, connects with veterans, and connects with the nation as a whole. As you know, the president this year is the 104th parade. So it has a historic meaning to the city of Fresno, and we aim to keep it that way with your guys' involvement, the city's involvement, the community's involvement. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Daniel Payne if you have any words.
Yeah, thank you for your past cooperation and your just all the contributions. City Councilman Nelson and Gary, thank you so much, and the mayor who's actually contributed to bring our costs down. We do have to raise all our own money for this parade, and we've actually been the largest in the United States. We were the largest west of the Mississippi for a while, and it has been reported that we are the largest in the United States. So we would like to continue to get support from the city of Fresno. There are other cities that are trying to take over the parade and want it moved to another area. And we'd like to keep it here in the city of Fresno. And it requires a lot of support from you all and the city. Clovis is offering free for us to use their city to do the parade, and we'd really like to keep it here. So we're actually asking that you all continue to contribute and help us to afford to put this parade on. And if you have any influence with the media, the media has actually already gone over to Porterville to support their parade instead of ours, and they had been doing us for at least 10, 15 years. So if you have any influence with the media, we could certainly use your influence to get coverage. Through the DOD, we do cover over 72 million households throughout the world because they cover it on every ship, every military housing, on every base around the world. So right now we do feed a lot of households. So thank you. Cruz, you have anything?
My name is Cruz Cuellar, and I don't have much to add other than I like that city has supported us all these years, as long as I've been working on the parade. So, and I want to thank you for that help and that you helped the parade. And so we appreciate it, keep it going, because we want this parade to continue on as long as it can. So it's already been 104 years. We want to continue going further with that. Thank you.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to come up here and speak, and the individuals that had already expressed interest in being involved in a parade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Go ahead, Miguel.
Thank you, Council
I'd neglect to
President.
mention City Councilman Maxwell. So I'm sorry, you have made a personal contribution as well, and we recognize that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the organizers of the parade, I just want to reassure you, we want to keep you in Fresno. We will do what's necessary to keep you in Fresno, and I'll be happy to help with the local media folks. And this is a City of Fresno approved sponsored event annually, so you should also be able to tap into some city resources. We'll sit down with Greg and the city manager to make sure that you guys have what you need. And don't worry about Clovis.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Payne, while you're here, how can people donate to that? If you could just plug in how people can support.
Yeah, we do have a website that they can go to, Central Valley Veterans Day Parade. .org, I believe it is. but they can contribute that way.
Great.
So it's every year as usual, costs go up, so it costs more and more to put this parade on every year. So we rely on donations to make it happen.
Great, and I'll match whatever my colleagues were doing. So whatever they did, I'll count me in.
You got it, thanks.
And the mayor will give double whatever the council members
Right,
give.
and just so you know, Councilman Esparza gave us $10,000. All right, Nelson, you're on the hook, buddy. Thank you much.
I just want to add a correction on that website. It's cvvdp.com.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, gentlemen. That'll bring us to our 10 o'clock a.m. item, hearing to consider adoption of resolutions related to the designation of properties to the local register of historic resources and adoption of findings necessary to support recommendation pursuant to FMC 12-1609. We're going to have Director Clark make her comments, and then we're going to go out to the public afterwards.
Okay. So good morning, Council. Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. 61 years ago, this Saturday, September 30th, something historic happened here in Fresno that many of us may not know. The building no longer stands, but the history that came from the Association of the National Farm Workers and their inaugural meeting here in Fresno created a movement that spanned not just Central California, but the state of California and the nation as a whole. The remarkable events that occurred at the Edison Social Hall at 1405 East California Street sparked a movement that has spanned 6 decades. While the Social Hall was demolished in August 1973, the events that occurred at that location have made a significant contribution to broad patterns of our history, associations of lives, significant of persons in our past, and they have impacted the history here in the Central Valley. So many times we come to you to say, we're going to designate a building, right? Today we are asking you to designate a place. The building no longer stands. This is not the first time we have done this in Fresno, but it is unique. And before we go out to the public, Council President, I would really like for Dr. Paul Garcia to come up. We do have a short presentation if you'd like it. Otherwise, he can just speak to the topic. But Dr. Garcia did come to us about a year ago to start this process along with Eddie Varela, and we would really like for them to speak on behalf of the organization.
That is fine, Director.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Paul Garcia, and Eddie Varela from El Concilio de Fresno is with me. Chris Schneider was an attorney with the UFW. He was also on our committee to push this project forward. Before I begin, let me thank the staff of Ms. Rivas, Ms. Monroe, and Ms. Clark, very helpful in helping us get to this point. Briefly, we'd like to thank you for honoring recognition of the birthplace of the United Farm Workers here in Fresno. Many people do not know that the inaugural meeting of the National Farm Workers Association was at 1405 East California Avenue. It is now a residence. And I want to also thank the owners of the 2 residences, because there was 2 lots. Before it was 1 lot, now it's 2. So the 2 addresses, and I can introduce the owners of those homes who gave us permission to pursue this very important project. So I introduce Mr. Jose Luis Acevedo. You want to stand, Mr. Acevedo, with the hat? And also Mr. Rafael Lopez and his wife, Juana. I want to thank them for giving us permission to pursue this very important project. They've been very supportive. They themselves are farm workers, so it's really important to recognize that. So I want to thank them first of all. Again, so let me briefly go through a presentation. September 30th, 1962, as Ms. Clark indicated, which is Saturday, will be the 61st anniversary of that very important meeting. I hope you can understand that 61 years ago, it would have been very difficult to get farm workers to come to a meeting here in Fresno, who many did not have transportation. Many lived in labor camps, lived in small rural communities, and probably never had been to such a meeting. And so Cesar Chavez sent out an invitation to those members to come to a meeting. It was a special invitation that had the address and the time on it to help us confirm that that was the location. Gilbert Padilla and, of course, Dolores Huerta were also the co-founders of that meeting. We were able to obtain the original documents of that meeting, which are the agenda, the sign-in sheet, and, of course, the minutes following the meeting. And all these indicate and confirm the meeting took place on that particular date at that particular location. I think some important items should come out of that meeting that should be informed to the community. Number one, the farm workers made motions to adopt important resolutions. Number one, that $3.50 would be the monthly dues. They also made a motion that they wanted a hiring hall because, as you may know, at that time, many contractors were the ones that hired and fired workers. And of course, sometimes the contractors sometimes cheated the farm workers out of their pay and selected who would work that day. So the farm workers knew that. They wanted a hiring hall. They also wanted a credit union because many of them could not get a loan from the banks. And so they asked for a credit union. That particular day, a motion was made, a motion was passed. And of course, they wanted to make sure that they had bargaining rights as a union. So these are very important motions that were made on that particular day and approved. And fortunately, it took them only 4 years before the first contract was signed by Shenley Incorporated. And Shenley that contract made those motions come to life. You have in your packet some original documents that I'm not going to go through each of them, but I do want to call to your attention that the Edison Social Club no longer exists on that site. It is now a residence. We also have in your packet a photo of some of the delegates that were at the meeting. And right now we're in the process of trying to identify those delegates because they made some very important motions and they spawned the movement on that particular day. You also have in your packet a special invitation to particular delegates. Cesar Chavez sent a personal invitation to certain delegates to come to the meeting, and they had to bring that letter with them to confirm that they were going to be a delegate and they could vote, they could make motions. Because everybody that attended that meeting could not make a motion. Only the delegates could. And there were about 42 delegates. And so part of that meeting was also to elect officers. It might come as a surprise to you that Cesar Chavez was not elected the first president. It was not that he wasn't qualified, but the organizers made a determination that farm workers themselves would be the leaders of the union. And at that time, Cesar Chavez was not a farm worker. He had been a farm worker. Gilbert Padilla had been a farm worker, but they were not farm workers at that particular time, so they were not allowed to be officers. So another gentleman, Jesus Martinez, was elected the first president of the union. That was in September. Come January, he never attended any meetings, so they changed the rules and let Cesar Chavez be elected president. That was in January 1963. So I bring that to your attention because there's a lot of information that we would like our community and our young people to learn about the origins of the National Farm Workers Association, which turned into the UFW. And so that they learn about the history of the farm worker movement, they will appreciate more the contributions that have made since that particular date, 61 years ago. And so I want to thank the City Council for considering our proposal to put that particular address, 1405 East California, as a Register of Historical Resources. And I want to turn it over to Mr. Varela if he has comments.
Thank you, Paul. My comments are very brief. I just want to thank each of you and your staff members for the guidance and assistance that they provided to us through this over a year-long project. I also want to thank members of and staff of the commission, Historical Commission, for their guidance and feedback on our project that we modified along the road. Saturday, as you know, we're going to have a press conference, and immediately after that, we're going to have a reception at the Fresno Adult School, commonly referred to as the Chavez Adult School. So you're all welcome to join and participate. We have some dignitaries from the union that will be there to speak about this historic action that you have just taken or took about a month ago. So thank you for your opportunity to speak before you, and I hope to see several of you at our event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to take it out to the public at this time. Does anybody in the chambers wish to speak on this item? You have an opportunity to do so now. Mr. Guyona, good morning.
Good morning. My comments are also very brief. I want to thank you as a city council for having approved this resolution. I was a farm worker at one time, but related to that, one of the delegates on September 30th, 1962 was my father, a voting member of that at that first National Farm Workers Association. So to me and to my family, it means a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak on this item? Good morning.
Buenos días a todos. Good morning. My name is Guadalupe Gutierrez. Yo me llamo Guadalupe Gutierrez. Ahí vivimos en Sunset with my parents. I used to live in that area there in Sunset, close to West and Valencia, and a couple of blocks down from California Street. And it's very important that we create history today for the self-esteem of our children, of our parents, and people that are working in the fields right now. Brings me a lot of joy as we speak and know that when people get united, things happen, things change. And Cesar Chavez, being a very humble man, helped us a lot and told us to speak up, not to be scared. And as we're here in the city, this is our place, and we ask that we continue to get help from you and continue to work with everybody. Again, Cesar Chavez was for all races, and he worked closely with Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King also, and how beautiful that we continue to work with that here in the city of Fresno. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers at this time? City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up?
No speakers online.
Okay. I will bring it back up here to the dais. Councilmember Arias, I see you're punched up.
Thank you, Council President. Oftentimes we, in public service, don't get to do something that's personally fulfilling and historic at the same time. And for me, this is more than just another historic preservation for our city. It's far more personal. I was a farm worker at the age of 10 to the age of 20. My mom was a farm worker for 40 years. My dad just entered his 45th year of being a farm worker. And, you know, it's people like them and people like Jose Acevedo, Soledad Ventura, Rafael López y Juana López. Gracias por el apoyo. Gracias por sus décadas de campesinos. Y gracias por darnos el honor de honrar a los United Farm Workers y la historia de Fresno. Y gracias por darnos permiso de usar sus hogares para este momento tan histórico para nuestra ciudad. I want to thank the owners. The honor for our city at this moment to recognize the birthplace of the United Farm Workers and the advocacy for our farm workers at the same place where it is now home, the permanent home of former farm workers. It's just one of those unique moments. the Edison Social Hall was torn down, but it was replaced with 2 single-family homes that farm workers now call home and have for decades now. And it's an honor as a former farm worker, as a son of farm workers, and as an advocate and ally of the United Farm Workers Association and all campesinos in the Central Valley, to have this opportunity to make a motion to honor the birthplace of the United Farm Workers in our city on California Avenue. And I hope that this coincides in a future celebration with the renaming, the permanent signage of the Cesar Chavez Boulevard in that California corridor as well. So gracias a los dueños de esos hogares. Gracias por su servicio como campesinos. Gracias por llamar la ciudad de Fresno sus hogares. Y gracias por hacer lo que hicieron tantos años en trabajando, en ayudando a sus hijos a salir adelante y darles esta oportunidad como ciudad para reconocer a los campesinos y a la Unión de Campesinos. Thank you, Council, and with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Arias and a second from Perea. I have Councilmember Chavez punched up. Councilmember?
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to thank Mr. Eddie Varela for his work. He's been the steadfast leader of El Concilio, but also just remind our folks, I had a chance to talk to some students at Roosevelt not that long ago, and they were reminded of the conversations that we're still having about the renaming of the Cesar Chavez Boulevard. But the first time that I heard about this site and its historical significance was from Dr. Garcia, and that was actually at the event at the fairgrounds. So I want to publicly thank them. The reason that we're having these conversations is because of their work and their leadership. And I saw a picture that Dr. Garcia referenced with regards to the record. In that picture are folks that are no longer with us, and one of those individuals is Sal Gonzalez's father. He's holding the sign there in the picture. So I'm glad that this was entered into the record, and I will be absolutely supportive of that today. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Anybody else on the dais wish to speak on this? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Thank you, Eddie. Gracias, señores y señoras.
That'll bring us to our 10:05 a.m. item, actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee interest and permanent street easement and right-of-way for the construction of a storm drain pipeline along the McKinley Avenue. I'll bring it up to the dais in a second. Before I do so, we'll take it out to the public. Oh, Mr. Benelli, do you wish to speak on this item? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Benelli with the Public Works Department. I'm here with a hearing to consider the acquisition of street right-of-way on McKinley Avenue. This is an area west of Armstrong, between Armstrong and Laverne. We need this street right-of-way to build a storm drain line. We've had quite a bit of problems with flooding in this area. We're working with the Flood Control District, and they are ready to construct the pipeline if we're able to acquire the street right-of-way. We are currently relying on temporary basins, and those have been problematic during some heavy storms last year. It's important to us that we get the storm drain pipeline in as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to take it out to the public at this time. Does anybody in the audience wish to speak on this matter? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President. I'm Dennis Gabe with Century Communities Home Builder, member of the Building Industry Association. And I realize I don't look old enough to say this, but I've been working on this project for 7 years with Mr. Benelli and with some of my home builder colleagues. And it's been a long journey. But if you want any evidence of the public purpose of this right-of-way, you look only to the fact that we will receive back, once this storm drainage facility is completed, more than 30 temporary storm drainage basins, which are an utter eyesore in the community. And it will allow builders, 5 of them, home builders, to get back those 30 lots to build homes on. So it's a win-win for everyone. And an unusual element of this over the years has been the cooperation among the city, the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District, and the home builder communities. And they've funded these operations, these facilities, and we're at the point now, the critical point where this is the last element of this project to get it completed. The negotiations have broken down, unfortunately, with the property owner, and so we're coming to you for this, this commencement of these eminent domain proceedings. So thank you very much. We appreciate your help and your support.
Thank you, Mr. Gabe. Appreciate you. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak at this time? City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up?
Yes, Lisa Flores.
All right, Lisa. Hello, you have 3 minutes.
Well, my first question is, were all the property owners duly notified of this sort of kind of a take? And also too, was there any opposition, and what was that opposition? The third issue is, are you improving this section of Fresno for urban sprawl, or will there be medium and dense housing out there as well? Thank you.
No more speakers online.
Thank you, Clerk. I'll bring it back up to the dais. Councilmember Esparza, this is in your district. I'll hand it over to you at this time.
Yeah, I'll go to make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Esparza and a second from Carbasi.
I think Mr. Benelli summed it up perfectly. Every rainy season, the residents in that neighborhood have a great deal of trouble with flooding. So it's really an example of the way we allowed our city to sprawl without sort of installing the proper infrastructure at the appropriate time. And so they've been living with this issue for years, and the sooner we can move this project along, the sooner we'll solve that particular issue out in those neighborhoods.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. I don't have anybody else punched up at this time. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you very much. That will bring us to our last timed item for the morning. Consideration of an appeal filed regarding vesting tentative tract map number 6366, plan development permit application number P22-04877, and related environmental assessment number T6366. I do have a script from the attorney's office that I need to follow on this matter. It will go as follows. We're going to go to public comment. We're going to go to staff recommendation. We're going to hear from the appellant, opposition to appellant, a rebuttal for the appellant, if he so chooses. We will close the hearing. We'll bring it back up for council discussion, questions, and a possible motion. So I'm going to take it out to the public at this time. Does anybody in the chambers wish to speak on the 10:25 a.m. item? Seeing nobody in the chambers, do we have anybody punched up?
We have Jeff Reed.
Hello, Jeffrey. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Council members, my name is Jeffrey Reed. I represent the Building Industry Association. The policy matter that this appeal presents is not something that you've ever adopted as a council policy. When the CFD was formed, the stated intention of the staff reports and the study's assumptions were that this was to be applied to future annexations, not properties annexed over the past 20 years. The policy was justified as a means of assuring that the general plan's goal for revenue neutrality of new annexations was satisfied. That general plan goal does not apply to properties previously annexed over the last 20 years, and the CFD, based upon the public staff reports and supporting studies, was to address new annexations, not properties previously annexed. Earlier this week, we had discussions with the city manager's office about aspects of my prior letter to you that detailed an alternative calculation of the sales and property tax contributions of residents of new neighborhoods. At that time, we were presented with corrections to my analysis, which stated that the shortfall was actually went from $164 per unit to $296 a unit. And then today, we're reported that it was $190 a unit. I'm here to tell you that it's at most $50, 46 to be precise. So the staff is giving continued updated reports and analysis, which they're flawed. One of the flaws is that they substantially overstate police and fire expenditures by 6% by adding $21.5 million of grant funds to their analysis. Your expert consultant stated the grant funds should not be included and limited their analysis to the general fund source dollars. When you take those grant funds out, you substantially reduce the stated expenditures. In addition, the report that has been recalculated by your staff has an incorrect unit account, 30% off. Briefly, the original study assumed that a new city population of that project that was studied by the study was going to support 4,080 residents. Those residents were divided between 1,023 single-family units and 399 multifamily units. Now, why is that important? Because the city has recalculated this to only allocate the cost to a single-family residential development. That means you need to house all 4,080 new residents in the single-family units. That increases the total unit count by 30%. When you spread those costs over 30% more units, you reduce the cost by 30%. Now, my numbers can probably be further criticized and adjusted, but what is clear is that this shortfall that the city is intending to fix with this new special tax is substantially less than it has calculated, and as noted before, the CFD, based on the staff reports and the study assumptions, was never intended to apply to existing annexed properties. Thank you.
No more speakers online.
Okay. Seeing no more speakers, we will take a staff recommendation at this time. Thank you for your patience. Good morning, Director Mosier.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Just wish to touch on those points briefly. Prior to the city hiring NBS Consulting back in January 2022, there was quite a bit of discussion in open session with the City Council about the city-county tax sharing agreement and new developments being able to pay for or generate enough revenue to provide public safety services. And that is because under the tax sharing agreement that expired, the city receives 38% of that property tax revenue and the county receives 62%, unlike the areas annexed prior to January 2003, the long-standing relationship of the 50-50 split. So with that, there was quite a bit of discussion, and that occurred not only with Fanucci proposed annexation, but also with other new developments, such as, for example, the Park West development, which ultimately the council approved as a development agreement, which included annexation to CFD 18 for public safety services. So there was quite a bit of discussion. Staff has provided a letter back to Mr. Reed and the Building Industry Association just outlining that. We hold quarterly meetings with the industry. Numerous items are on those agendas regularly, always working to improve our processes, resolve any issues. It was clearly communicated to the industry in August of 2022 that here were the results of the professional consultant analysis, and with that it would also, in terms of the revenue shortfall, it would also apply to anything within that area, because all new residential developments that are in the 62-38 split have the same issues, whether it's a new annexation or whether it's vacant land, and now the impact and the need for public safety services is created by that development. Unfortunately, it just does not generate enough revenue. We've moved very quickly on this. We held a meeting on Monday with BIA to just go over that. Some new points were raised, and staff is working very quickly to respond. In a nutshell, what BIA's attorney had proposed was that we only look at the increased revenues, because household income would be higher to be able to pay for homes, and the cost of homes, the Zillow index, is now higher than before. So However, that does not consider, they did not consider the increased cost of public safety. So just in response, yes, we did provide a higher number to the industry as to what is the revenue shortfall. We've recalculated that based on 3 points. One, we removed the contract policing services because that's not property tax, sales tax type. That's a separate paid for service. We removed that. Took out a bit of debt service, and then also the actual share of the general fund budget the council's approved is a little bit higher than it was before. So all told, that wound up at $190 of shortfall per single family home. The initial analysis was performed by a professional municipal finance consultant. We went back and forth with the industry, incorporated data and recommendations multiple times, and staff would recommend that we are still on course with that. Council adopted that. We've brought in multiple subdivisions now, and that has that $164 per home rate, plus a CPI adjustment each year consistent with other community facilities districts. So with that, staff would recommend denying that appeal and maintaining the original conditions for the development to annex into public safety CFD in order that it would be revenue neutral. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Director. We'll hear from the appellant at this time.
Good morning, Council President, Council. My name is Drew Phelps, here representing Granville Homes, 1306 West Herndon Avenue. We do have a presentation, if we're able to share that on the screen.
City Clerk, you mind taking that?
USB drive here. And while we're getting that queued up, I would just start by saying both myself and our CEO and President Darius Assemi are here. I'm going to be focusing a little more specifically on the project itself, and then Darius is going to say a few words about the policy of CFD 18 as a whole. While we're getting the presentation queued up, I would just like to say first and foremost, thanks to staff who worked on this item. We went through a few different planners in the early phases of this map being processed. Specifically, the guy who saw it through ultimately was John George. Would also like to say thanks to his supervisors, Rob Holt and Israel Trejo, for helping see the project through. Our request today is fairly simple. It's the same request we made to Planning Commission. We are asking for approval of the map with the exception of one condition. We are fine with every single other condition, but the CFD 18 requirement to annex is the one that we do have some trouble with. And you may be wondering why this item, why this item is coming before you today. This is the first map where we had the opportunity to appeal this item, but we have been working with staff on discussions since January of this year, after the CFD was formed in December. And so just to give a little bit of background on CFD 18, when it was formed, it was last December, as I mentioned, and at the time, the formation of the district was grouped together with the annexation of what we would call the Finucane properties on the west side of Fresno. That conversation was led by then Councilmember Soria and mostly revolved specifically around that annexation of the property, not necessarily the formation of the district. And so we appreciate Councilmember Soria's comments at that time because we're in agreement that new annexations, properties that you're bringing into the city, if they don't pay for themselves, they need a mechanism to do that. And so we are supportive of CFD 18 for new annexations, but then for projects like this one in particular, we do have some issues. I would also like to point out, as the PowerPoint shows, that the map provided at the time was not specific about the future annexation area. As you can see here, the report that was used to form the CFD specifically focused on those properties. Even in the title, Fiscal Analysis of West Area Neighborhoods. In the project description, you can see those properties are specifically called out. And at the time, this is just a little bit more background on the location of the Finucane properties, just to refresh memories. And at the time, excuse me, this was the map that was presented as the formation of the district. As you can see, it's a map that encompasses the entire city of Fresno. And so it's a little bit vague on which properties are going to be required to annex, which aren't moving forward. There was no specific notification to the property owners in those areas, your property will be subject to this moving forward. It was just all Fresno encompassing, and so the assumption at the time was this is applying to new annexations only, similar to the Finucane project. Later on, we received, and the BIA specifically received, this map Monday of this week that shows the green areas that are the 50-50 tax sharing and the blue areas that are 62-38. As you can see, the project specifically we're discussing today is called out, and you can see right across the street is a green area. So these folks, if the project is approved with the CFD 18 condition, will be paying an extra tax that their neighbors directly across the street won't be paying. Specifically about 6366. The project was annexed in 2007. That's quite a while ago. In my opinion, personally, I believe that something annexed so long ago should probably have had services planned for, specifically through the general plan. At the same time, we have environmental studies, which I'll mention in a minute, that show that there were no significant impacts to the public safety services. Another point, in our math that we've calculated using updated property value numbers, we show that Tract 6366 does pay for itself. It's not revenue negative. In fact, it's revenue positive. And lastly, this is a unique situation I'd like to discuss, that 6366 is proposed as a single-family, for-rent neighborhood, and CFD 18 presents specific, unique challenges to for-rent properties. So here's an excerpt from the the negative declaration that was prepared for this property when we had to do a general plan amendment rezone in 2021. This negative declaration was certified by this council December of 21, and as you can see in the highlighted areas there, it shows this project is projected to have no impact on public safety services, that services are already provided to the area, and that moving forward, any development would not require an expansion of the service area or any new services to be provided, both for police and for fire. At the same time, I mentioned that the project pays for itself, and then some. You can ignore all the numbers if you want. I can send you my Excel spreadsheets of how we came up with them. But essentially what I will explain is all of the formulas in the spreadsheet are straight from the report that I showed on the screen earlier. The only thing that was changed is the per unit value. There are some assumptions specifically about Tract 6366, for example, that it is a 71 unit project that factors into some of the costs and the current value. But other than that, the only thing changed is the per unit value that we got directly from property tax records within the city of Fresno. You can see here, we received an email from our title company confirming since January 2023, the average home price for sale of new homes here in Fresno was actually $513,000. And the city report that was shown earlier used that value of $399,000. So you can see a pretty large discrepancy there in the numbers. I'll skip that slide, it's a lot of math. But for this topic, I mentioned that the rental properties are a significant concern. In particular, when it comes to financing rental properties, it's typically done a little bit different. Separate from single-family for sale product, it's a little bit more similar to how you would finance a commercial or an industrial project. You have what's called a capitalization rate, which acts as a multiplier for any positive or negative to your net operating income. And so for this specific project, it would generate about $12,000 a year in cost, which would then be multiplied by the cap rate for a hit in value of about $250,000. That presents a cost up front that can be recouped over time, but for those small for-rent developers that are looking at developing here in the city of Fresno, that's a huge cost that can't be burdened up front, and it's going to put a lot of folks who are looking to develop smaller for-rent properties in these areas back to the drawing board. Their projects just won't be able to pencil, and so in enacting this policy, what effectively is going on is we're discouraging the development of for-rent properties. You can see there a quote from an article where a prominent apartment developer says that it will impact his future development in the city of Fresno. And so, since we've spent months and months working on this project, talking through with staff, we have a few ideas about how it may be improved. Probably the easiest and most clear-cut way to move forward with this is item number 1. Go back to what was originally understood, that CFD 18 would be for new annexations only. That makes the most sense and is really the best way to do it. These other items, we would be happy to have conversations with moving forward on the policy issue. In doing our research, we feel it's a little bit more complicated and maybe a bit harder to implement. Like I said, we're happy to discuss those, but really we feel the cleanest cut is just for anything new, any new services that you're bringing within city limits, you would have to pay for yourself. And so that is our request for this item, that CFD 18 be removed as a condition from this particular map. We move forward with the map approval so we can develop the property because it checks all 3 of those boxes on the slide that I showed previously. It pays for itself. It is a rental property with specific, unique issues, and it was annexed years ago, in 2007, about 15 years. So these are all reasons that we feel the CFD 18 condition should be removed from this map. That is our ask today, and with that, I will turn it over to Darius. I'm, of course, available for any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Asimi.
Good morning, Council President Maxwell, members of the City Council, Darius Assemi representing Granville Homes, 1306 West Herndon. I'd like to actually use the PowerPoint as well, if you can cue that up. Drew covered a lot of the issues that we have with CFD 18s as a whole. There's 2 things that stand out to us. Number 1, as the city was going through this process, there was no map, no notification to property owners that says, you're going to be notified, or you're going to be taxed differently than the property across the street from you. In our mind, it's actually double taxation. Folks are paying property tax. We know that new construction costs are substantially higher than existing homes. Whether it's an apartment or a residential complex, single-family homes, and this adds an additional burden to those projects. Yes, it's not a ton of money at the end of the day, but it's actually could make a difference between can you do a project or not. So the property owners that this impacted, Drew went over the map. The map that this actually impacts us was given to the BIA on Monday. So which property, did the city notify property owners, send out an email or a letter saying, hey, when you develop your property, you're going to have a different tax. We're going to have a meeting. Please come out, show up to the meeting, and we're going to go over the math with you in detail, showing why you need to pay this tax. So that's one of the issues we have, that the map was not sent out, so property owners don't know. Let's see if I can go back to. Oops, let me see. Which one is this? The back arrow right here? Or is it? Do I have to hold it? Oops, sorry. So again, the light blue is the areas of additional tax. The light green is not. We were never notified. So basically, many corners of this town, west of 99, southwest Fresno, east of East Fresno, northeast Fresno, they're all going to be impacted. But only some properties, not if you're across the street, as Drew mentioned earlier. The other challenge we have with this is, which math are we going to use? Population numbers are inaccurate. We were given a math on Monday that showed actually the fee should be $296 a year. Today, we received something from Scott Mosier that says, actually it could be $190 was that $190? $190 a year based on a different math. And I'll pull that up here in a minute. Actually, I'm going to go back to this one slide. This is from October of 22, Council Member excuse me, Bredefeld. And this is his quote. My hesitation on this is people are already paying taxes that are supposed to fund public safety. This would be an additional tax of new development homeowners, which would be essentially double taxing because we have an unfavorable tax sharing agreement in some of these areas. And that's exactly our sentiment. And then Andy Benelli, he was asked a question by Councilmember Bredefeld, if this does not pass, would those areas not be developed? Andy's response is that would be a decision by the council. It is future annexations that could possibly not be approved. By the way, one other item before I get into the math. This is a heat map from fire department that shows where actually the biggest demand for fire services are, whether it's medical services or actually fire services. You can see that none of the new areas of growth have high demand. So is this tax going to actually go subsidize other neighborhoods? And if so, can council just come out and say we're going to double tax people and use the money whichever way we want for some other parts of town? And that's kind of really at the end. Jeff Reed put it really well. You don't have a policy, you haven't adopted a policy that says we're going to actually tax folks. And I don't know what mechanism you guys have used. City attorney can probably clarify, or maybe city manager. But I'm going to refer back to Jeff to clarify or answer any questions you may have. And you see where this project is. Adjacent to this project, we're building a multifamily project. And we have a picture of what the aerial looks like. That's the location of the project. As you can see, almost everything in the immediate vicinity is built. Industrial on the west side, residential on the north, east, south. The area south of the industrial, which is this area here, that's part of the winery. But by and large, this whole area is developed or developing. And this is an infill project next to an apartment complex, which is just south of it, but has the same burden, by the way, same CFD 18 burden, that when that map comes in, we're going to appeal that as well. So heat map shows where actually the high demand for fire is. Oops, let me just show up, there we go. And that's the infill location. And then this is, again, the map that was given to us this week. I'm going to go over most of these Drew covered. By the way, on vacant lands, we are paying taxes. The stuff that's been annexed. Yes, it's on dirt versus a fully developed property, but we are paying taxes, and because it's annexed, City of Fresno is collecting its share of those dollars. So if you change the policy, we would like you to adopt an ordinance that actually clearly notifies all property owners. That says, my taxes are going to go up. And here's the correct math And I want to show you the math numbers that we were given by the city. City, again, last year did not provide the math. We have a copy of the report from NBS that Drew reviewed, has a cursory review of the dollars. We have an objection to some of those dollars, which I'm going to review with you right now. We talked about the double taxation. This is just some information. Regulatory costs account for 40% of multifamily developments. And this is, again, according to YARDI, a multifamily rental website that covers projects all across the country. And 53% of Fresno apartment hunters looked for homes outside the metro area last year. Then we go to the math. So this is what we were given on Monday. So police and fire numbers are, the numbers used for FY 2022 are, I don't know if you, well, they're kind of halfway down, as you can see, 71 million and 184 million. The numbers we got on Monday was 96 million and 247. And then, which translates to 296 a year. The numbers we got today, can I see that? The numbers that Scott handed out today were 100 million and 255 million, respectively, for fire and police. This is with Jeff Reed's analysis on 2024. You know, do you use grant dollars? Do you take out the grant dollars? Do you add it? I mean, we don't know what happens with negotiations. So there's a lot of, in our opinion, there's a lot of, and the BIA's opinion, a lot of fuzzy math that's going on. We want good clarification on what is the exact numbers. And then finally, the population numbers. 2024 population projections. We used city's own formula and came up with 780,000. That's not the population, actually, that City of Fresno's population, but the population used that includes employees that live in the city. When you use the city's formula, we come up with 780,000. And the numbers used by the city is 772,000. So the larger the number, the lower the fee. So the point I guess I'm trying to make is the math is not clear to us, and the map on where this impacts was, given to us on Monday. So we ask that you exempt track 6366 of CFD 18, and honestly, go back to the drawing board to figure out which properties should have a tax. Is it going to be double taxation? Are we going to only apply this to new annexations, which was the original intent from our understanding of CFD 18? And as projects come in, we do an analysis on a financial analysis and see, does the project pay for itself based on those current numbers of police, fire, and all the other services and all the grant dollars that you're getting at that particular time. But there's 24, 25. What's going to happen to tax sharing agreement? We don't know. County of Fresno is interested in knowing, hey, do these projects pay for themselves? And if they do, should we negotiate, and what number should we negotiate at? I mean, our math clearly showcases that. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have, and both Drew and I reserve time for a rebuttal. I'd like to hand out Jeff Reed's letter that was emailed to you last week. I don't know if it's, I just wanted to set this for the record. If you can pass this on, please. Both Drew and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate your time. Does anybody in the chambers wish to speak in opposition to the appellant? Do we have anybody on Zoom? Okay. We don't have any opposition, so there will be no opportunity for a rebuttal. We're going to close the hearing at this time and take it up to the dais. I do have quite a few people punched up. I'm going to go in the order that I have them here, starting with Council Vice President Perea.
So I'm sorry. Maybe I must. Does staff get an opportunity to rebut as now or after as part of the comments?
Part of the comments.
Oh, okay.
Is that
I thought you
acceptable
said
to you?
nobody there was no opposition, so I didn't know if
In
you
the
meant the public.
audience. My apologies.
Thank you,
Okay.
Council President.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, so I want some clarifying answers to some questions. So this CFD was created in December of 2022?
Scott, why don't you, I think Scott and I are going to tag team this.
Okay.
And go ahead, Scott. I was started to kind of try and put some context in this, but obviously not my place right now, so I'll let Scott go ahead and respond to that.
Yeah, when was it created and when does it take effect?
The CFD, so council adopted a resolution of intention to form the new public safety CFD in October of 2022. And then the public hearing was held on December 1st. And both of those dates were extended at the time as we were working with the BIA. We had some separate follow-up meetings. There were some revisions at that time, so we allowed plenty of dialogue and interaction.
So the BIA was a part of that process?
Yes.
Okay.
And Council Vice President, you'd asked also, when does it take effect? So it's only levied once actual final map is recorded, and then it would go on the property tax the next full tax year after the map is recorded. So typically that would occur since we have maps, if they record in say 2023, then it would be early 24. It would be then, it would be levied. It would go to basically the county, and homeowners would see that show up on their property tax bill with the October 2024 notices and due in December 2024. Just like CFD 11, landscape, lighting, concrete, maintenance.
Okay. And so the CFD was based on, or the assessed amount was based on a fiscal analysis that was specific to a certain part of the city, correct? The West area neighborhood?
The conversation began with that area, but the data was then really citywide. For example, the initial, the analysis from NBS Consulting had a lower dollar amount per home. And in conversations with the industry, that was increased to $399,000. And so the income level was really citywide, tied to, it's not median income, but it's actually tied to the amount that would be needed to afford a $399,000 home at that time.
So that analysis is outdated today, correct? The information in there?
I wouldn't say it was accurate for that time, and then then once annexed into that district, then the rate would increase based on the cost of living. It'd be the CPI. We could constantly be redoing that, but I think what this update found is that yes, that home values have increased. Yes, the average income level has also increased to afford it. But however, the public safety costs to service that population have gone up more. They've actually increased in a greater amount, just evidenced by the 22 budget that was adopted versus the 2024.
And I think I read that it has we have the ability to increase it. Is it up to 2% each year?
It is 2% or the CPI, basically whichever is higher. So if the CPI went up 4%, similar to the other CFDs, then the actual assessment would go up 4%.
And then can you clarify, there seems to be a lot of confusion about boundaries of the CFD and what's applicable, what's not. Where is it set stating that this CFD is applicable to all annexed lands, all lands that have been annexed since 2002. Is that a part of the analysis? Where did we get that number or that date?
The date came from basically the fiscal impact analysis considered properties that are in the 6238 tax sharing agreement. So the basic question to the expert municipal finance consultant was, does new development pay for itself within those areas where we're under the tax sharing agreement where the county receives 62%, the city receives 38%. Is there enough? And if the study had concluded that it was revenue neutral or positive, then there would not have been a public safety CFD assessment recommended.
So at the time the CFD was approved by the council last year, it was made very clear that this CFD would be applicable to those annexed lands and not just any future annexed lands, because I see a lot of reference to just future annexations. So I want to know, like, how did we make that very clear to this council when they voted that this is not applicable to just future annexations? This is applicable to every annexed land since 2002.
I think I would add just a little context to the discussion was around the fact that we did not have a tax sharing agreement with the county. And the reason why we don't is because the 6238 no longer works for the city. It doesn't provide sufficient revenue for us to provide services. So the discussion around the time was, we can't continue to, if we are going to continue to allow development in 6238 areas, then we are all going to have to recognize that, in essence, we're subsidizing development because a 38 is not sufficient to provide services. So there was a lot of talk on this dais about development coming to a stop because of the lack of a tax sharing agreement. What could we be doing to continue to be able to develop without a new tax sharing agreement? And the context of that was, well, we did the public safety CFD for the Finucane project. So if we want to find a way to continue to move development forward, we need to find a way to generate revenue to pay for the services unless this body wants to subsidize that development. And at that time, it certainly was the impression that this council wanted development to pay for as much of its own way as possible, and that the rest of our revenue was being used to provide other services outside of things to serve development.
Okay, and then how many projects have been annexed into the CFD since its inception?
There have been 2 annexations that occurred. The second one brought in 3 tract maps that are all part of Park West, located near Grantland, Ashland, Gettysburg area. And that project has a specific development agreement which requires annexation into the public safety CFD.
Okay. Am I allowed to ask the developer questions at this point? Okay. So the Park West development is one of your guys' projects as well, and you guys agreed to annex into this CFD for that project, but you're opposed to doing that for this project. Is that because this is a rental project?
I'm going to give you a little history on that development agreement. We were basically done with that development agreement in December of whatever year that was, 2021, with Tommy Esqueda as city manager. The only item that was not agreed on, whether Granville was going to provide the water service through a well, or did the city want those dollars to go to the city instead, and city to provide water through a plumbing system that's coming down the Gettysburg alignment. So that was the only item hanging us up. And then when Tommy left, we started brand new from the ground up with the new city manager and started negotiating everything. So this took another 6 or 8 months. It was exhaustive. Every item that we had, including the park, that this body, well, actually it is this body, the city council last summer agreed to allow us to build the nicest park in town using park fee dollars again. Thank you council for that. The administration was actually opposed to that. So we were using our dollars, over $4.5 million of park fees, which we had an agreement with Tommy. Tommy said, hey, build the nicest park. We're going to use your park fee credits, which is over $4 million. Anyhow, the point is we were exhausted. We needed to get moving on this thing. Originally, CFD 18 was communicated with us, and maybe not at the time of the development agreement, but earlier, that this is enhanced public safety. So one of our questions was, do we get additional patrol? We can probably sell this to our homeowners if it's actually enhanced public safety. And then at the last minute, it became, no, it's really not enhanced, it's just to provide public safety. And we were just honestly exhausted, and we had maps that were being held up. I don't want to say at gunpoint. We have a choice. We're grown-ups. We don't have to develop. But we said, okay, we're going to agree to CFD 18 reluctantly because we need this project to go through. Lennar had a couple of maps that they were ready to develop. We had a map that was ready to develop, so we didn't object to that. I mean, it would have probably taken another, well, look at this one map, 71-unit map, has taken 3 months, 4 months, 6 months to get here. From the day we brought it up to staff, negotiating with staff, going over the numbers. First of all, I want to thank staff for working with us, and I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Maybe offline I can share some comments about what is fair and equitable. Well, let me just leave it at that. I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
And then are these market rate rental homes?
Correct.
What's the average rent going to be for one of these homes?
We don't know yet. Probably 18, 1900, 2000, in that range.
For like a two-bedroom?
For a three-bedroom.
Three-bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess what I just want clarification on is I have the original map that was attached to the staff report when the CFD was approved, and a lot of the information from the staff report references future annexation areas. So I just want clarification on what exactly was approved. Was it future annexation areas, or was it just was it all land that has been annexed since 2002?
That was our impression, by the way. Is that a question for me or for?
It's just a request for information.
Council Vice President, that's one of the things that we're going to hopefully be able to pull for you.
All right, those are all my questions for now.
And if I may just add to your question, please ask yourself this question. You're a property owner, not even going to build anything. You're just a property owner. How do you know that if I were to ever develop a duplex on my property, I'm going to rent one and I'm going to live in one, how do you know you're going to be paying this new tax? How were property owners notified? Were property owners sent a letter, or was it a notice in Sunday paper? I don't know how many people read that. That says actually, you're going to be taxed more if you have an issue with the math, or the fact that the property across the street from you is not going to pay it, you're going to be subjected to this. How do people know? And that's part of our issue. How do people know? It's for new annexations. Anyhow, I'm going to rest my case. Any other questions?
No, just for the city attorney's office, can we legally approve a project that is within the confines of the CFD if we eliminate the condition for it to annex into the CFD?
Council Vice President, we actually looked into this, and we are not aware of a legally defensible mechanism for that to happen.
Just to clarify, for that to happen within the context of the appeal that was presented in writing.
Hand it over to Councilmember Chavez as soon as he grabs his Snickers bar.
Sorry, I know it's going to be a long day today, so I was trying to grab a Snicker so I'm not hangry. Just a couple of questions, and this conversation that we're having here today is very technical, very nerdy. I totally appreciate that, but I think it's probably one of the most important policies that will come out of this body, because I think we're going to send a message as to what development will look like in the city of Fresno. And I totally appreciate your position that you're articulating here, Mr. Garcia, and I understand exactly what our city manager and our city team is doing. Just because of the lack of the MOU agreement with the county and the lack of clarity that has provided, we're now stuck with trying to find creative solutions to address the shortfall. But what I would like in preparation for this conversation, and this is a request to our city folks, is for the council to get a breakdown of the analysis of the costs that we're incurring with regards to fire, with regards to police, because I think now we're in a position where we have CFDs for the landscaping, for the street, for the lighting. We're trying to obviously address the fire and the police. I think that would be helpful, not just for this, but for the SEDA conversation that we're about to have. What exactly does that look like for this city? Because the policy that comes out of this body will be, I think, historic. I will actually be having my staff track exactly what the housing development has looked like for the region in the last 5 years. We look at what's happening, up north in Madera. I think 3-4 years ago, I said Madera is building. People said, no, they don't have water, they don't have roads, they don't have infrastructure. I just drove Avenue 12. That is boomtown over there. And it's gonna continue to do that. Why? Because they have gone out of their way to make things easier. And I want us to be in a position to where we're able to address the housing crisis that we have here in the city of Fresno. And I really believe that this is a problem of inventory, of stock, of how do we actually incentivize housing here in our community so that our folks will have a safe and affordable place to live in. So that's my only request. I know we're kind of bumping up against lunchtime, but for our city manager, I'd love to have that information, the breakdown of the analysis, because this will help for this conversation, the SEDA conversation. But having sat on the city-county MOU agreement negotiation team a couple of years ago, there was a big discrepancy over what we think we pay, what other entities think they pay. So I think we need to have that conversation, have everything laid out on the table. So in preparation for this council to weigh in on SEDA, to weigh in on the county-city MOU, to weigh in on situations like this going forward, because I think the pressures of the need to build more housing are coming upon us, and we're gonna have to step up. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is City Manager White.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to, I'm not going to go, I just want to quickly respond to Mr. Assemi's comments about the Park West Development Agreement. I respectfully disagree with his version of the history, and I'll just leave it at that. But I will agree with him that it was exhausting. A couple things. One, in the PowerPoint presentation, I just wanted to go through the options. So one, the issue about having it apply to new annexations. So the map that was attached, the citywide map, is the same exact citywide map that was attached to CFD 11 and CFD 9. So that is the map that we show for annexations. I agree that we just showed the green and blue map to them on Monday, but we, in numerous meetings, we referred to the areas that are in the 62-38 split. That is a layer in our GIS system, and so as just to be courteous, we provided them with the map. But I don't know, probably 25 times, we referred to the areas as the 62-38 split. While we may have not provided the map, it is a publicly available resource that's on our GIS system, but we did just provide that to them on Monday as a courtesy. With regard to the discrepancy in numbers, Mr. Reed's letter outlined some disagreements with the analysis that was done by our consultant, and basically, felt that we were using a home value that was too low and a median income level that was too low, and did an analysis showing that this tract paid for its services. There's two problems I have with that argument. One, as Scott previously stated, they only recalculated the revenue side of the equation. Since the time that the CFD was put into place, our public safety costs in both police and fire have gone up tremendously. Adding the number of firefighters and police officers that we have added does not come cheap. So yes, the expense side went up as well. In preparation for a call that we had with the BIA on Monday, I asked Scott to try and go through and confirm or disagree with Jeff's numbers, and we did share some numbers on Monday that we did say were preliminary, that we were going to go back and double check them. So agreed, we did present a number that was higher on Monday, and Mr. Reed took some exceptions with some of the numbers that were reused. We were already going back and confirming the math, and that was the numbers that were provided today. So it has gone very quickly. We've done the best we could, but I think because the numbers were used to justify a position that this track pays for itself, therefore it shouldn't have to pay this CFD fee. And I think that is a really dangerous place to be. And I say that for this reason. If we're going to go through and we're going to evaluate each track based on the revenue that it generates, you can only imagine that the areas of town that have higher property values are going to generate higher revenue and be able to offset their expenses more so than the areas of town that have a lower property tax base. So we could find ourselves in a situation where a map in Copper River is paying $0 and a map in Councilmember Esparza's district or Councilmember Perea's district, it could be $500 a house. So from a policy perspective, we chose the methodology that it would be a city-wide. We were not going to further the divide of the community, the old tale of two cities, that the north end, there's the north end and the south end. So we don't do that individual analysis based on a tract by tract because we don't think that's appropriate and creates a divide in our community. I believe the council attorney, city attorney has already said that it's not legally defensible to exempt a for rental product. And then the third one, same thing, I think I just articulated that it's not necessary to pay the fee because the revenue is generated enough to absorb the cost of public safety. One of the reasons why there are a 50-50 and a 62-38 map is because in our previous tax sharing discussions with the county, there was a desire to curb sprawl. So it was sort of an incentive for the city to focus on its existing footprint, the core, because we would be getting a higher amount of revenue. We'd be getting 50-50. You'll notice on the map, it's the fringe areas that are the 62-38 split. And because we would be deriving less money. So it, in essence, would discourage the city from immediately going to the fringe to develop, which traditionally has been easier, greenfield development, and not focus on sort of the inner city and rebuilding the inner city. That's why those numbers were put into the agreement. If 62-38 was sufficient revenue, greenfield development, we would let's rock and roll and let's get going because it would be, we'd be have enough revenue to pay for the services. It's not. I think that's why, in the discussions of when we're starting to have the discussions about SEDA and how we are doing that financial analysis now, but we definitely have been dropping the breadcrumbs that it is going to be really expensive to develop in SEDA. Why? Because we're putting together a model where the development is going to be paying for itself. In the past, in the city, it was a conscious or not conscious decision. Indirectly or directly, there have been other investments that the city has made that has supported development. They've paid impact fees, but it's not been enough. Other communities They may choose to subsidize development. They may choose to help pay for infrastructure to support the market rate housing that's going into their communities. Absolutely. If the council wants to do that, that's certainly within your prerogative. I think what we have seen and why we have people so passionate about sprawl and greenfield development and doing it the right way is because what the recession showed us is there is a cost on the community to continuing to develop in a way that isn't sustainable when you can't generate the tax revenue to support your community. And when stripped back bare during the recession, when we had to do massive layoffs and we were struggling to provide public safety, we were the poster child for greenfield development. If it was truly the best thing for the community, we would have been hunky-dory, we would have been, we would have had so much money in the bank from all of that development that we probably would have weathered the recession a little bit better than we did. But, we are where we are, and I think that I have seen certainly a shift to being very conscious of how we develop in this community because people want services. They want parks. They want 911 calls to be answered promptly. They want, their fire, if there's a fire or a medical aid call, they want those to be answered promptly. So we went into this very, very conscientiously. And I'll go back to what I said. When we came in office, the tax sharing agreement was expired. There was the one-off agreement that was being done for the Finucane project, and we found ourselves at a place where, okay, what are we going to do? We don't have a tax sharing agreement. We don't have enough money coming in to pay for all of this development that the developers want to occur. And at one point, we pushed a pause. We said, we got to figure out what we're going to do without an appropriate tax sharing agreement. And the building industry was like, obviously very eager. The housing crisis, we were just on the upward trend of the crisis. We have to start building. We have to start building. So we did. I thought we did all the right things. We went to the BIA, we went to the industry, we talked extensively about a public safety CFD. Clearly, there has been some confusion about when that would apply and when it wouldn't apply, but it was always our intent. I would never have continued to move forward without having that CFD in place. And by the way, it was always my understanding when I stepped into this chair that we had to deal, it was not called CFD 18 at the time, but it was the public safety CFD, the public safety CFD. So ever since I've been in this chair, that has always been on the table and always been part of the discussion. I think I covered, I'm sorry, there were so many things that were raised that I just wanted to make sure that I got all of the point. Okay. So one of the things that was mentioned about in the PowerPoint presentation was the rents. The rents have gone up. Totally appreciate that, totally sensitive to that. Our expenses have gone up tremendously. And we can't have it both ways. If we want to provide the services that our residents need and what I think we want to provide them, we have to have sufficient revenue. So yes, we're all very sensitive to the level of rents. I think that is why we have been extremely supportive and have been very aggressive in the development of affordable housing. I think this administration and this council has done more in the last couple years than I don't know how many years prior. So we focus a lot of energy, time, money on affordable housing developments. We try not to subsidize market rate development. We get inquiries all the time. Are there incentives? I want to build housing. We don't have incentives for market rate housing. If that's something that the council wants us to go down the path at looking at that, we can do that. It would be a shift. We've been going down the path of development paying for its own way, but if we want to go down a path of seeing how we can incentivize and subsidize market rate housing, we can do that. That's certainly the council's prerogative. But once again, we're all drinking from the same straw. It's the same cup that we're going to be paying for services out of, whether it be parks. You know, although we do have Measure P, we do have a lot of money still in parks from the general fund, police and fire. As far as notification of the residents, so what I'll say is residents are notified when they purchase a home. They have a disclosure as part of their home where it notifies them that there's a CFD and that the monthly or the annual tax on their bill will be X dollars. So the people purchasing the houses are notified. As far as the property owners, as far as noticing property owners, this is no different than CFD 11 that we do for landscaping. We held a publicly noticed hearing that we don't have a responsibility to notice every vacant property owner in the city of Fresno that we are going to form a community facilities district. We do that when it's going through the map process. And when they process their map, it's presented to them as a condition of approval. And they can make the decision whether or not they want to proceed with their project with the conditions that are imposed on that project. And there's the condition of approval for 18, for 11 if it's single family residential, for the sidewalk requirements, street light requirements, water, sewer. It's just a requirement of development. So the owners who submit the map are notified. We do believe we have fulfilled our obligation to notify property owners. Once again, I do want to address the fuzzy math. We were attempting to have a conversation with the BIA on Monday. We said we threw some numbers together late Friday to try and address the numbers that were in Jeff's letter. And my main point of that was you only did half of the equation. You only adjusted the revenue side. You didn't adjust the expense side. So we went through, we refined. I know Mr. Reed does not believe that we should be including things like the SAFER grant dollars. And we respectfully disagree because once those grant dollars go away, the general fund absorbs the expense. So we did not just hire firefighters for 3 years and then we're going to fire them all. No, we need those firefighters to continue to provide services for the expanded areas of our city so we can provide an appropriate level of service to them. Same thing, ARPA dollars. ARPA dollars were not grant dollars. ARPA dollars were revenue replacement dollars. That is how that funding was accounted for in the police and fire budget. It was revenue replacement for revenue we did not receive as a result of the pandemic. So respectfully disagree that those dollars shouldn't be counted, actually vehemently disagree because we absorbed those expenses into the general fund. I think I already covered, don't evaluate. Okay, I believe that is it. If there are any other questions that come up, I can't wait to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Arias.
That's a record without a bell being rung. So let me just be upfront with everyone today. I'm not ready to vote on this today, primarily because, as Member Chavez indicated, this isn't just a one-item conversation. It's a very seismic decision that we have to make that will have significant implications citywide. And I don't vote on items like that when I'm getting memos on the dais and formulas and updates from both sides. So I will not be prepared to vote on this item today. But with that, I will put all my questions on the record so that folks can be prepared to provide us more information in the coming days if the council chooses to delay a vote today on this item. For one, I do want to appreciate the how we got here conversation. Everyone is right. We don't have a tax sharing agreement that's fair with the county. The Board of Supervisors don't believe that they should negotiate a better agreement for the city, even though we make up the majority of the county population. And two, it was development who asked us, absent of a tax sharing agreement, find a way to allow us to develop in the fringes of the city. Staff and developers brought forward a proposal for this district. But I do want to have a conversation with our Public Works Director. I think we've lost the general public after the first 5 minutes of discussing this item, because nobody really understands what a district is and what the purpose is and how it operates. So Director Mosier, can you, in basic layman's terms, for the non-developers and engineers and city managers, can you explain to us what is this district and what does it pay for?
In basic terms, this is something that would not affect existing city residents at all. It's not something that, it's not like a measure, tax measure that's on the ballot. Shall we have a public safety tax? Shall we extend Measure C? It's not like that. This is one where as property is developing, for example, just a vacant land, greenfield, and going into a single-family neighborhood or an apartment complex, that then those properties would join a district that has additional special taxes for a specific purpose that's legally firewalled, protected, cannot be used for anything else.
And who does that money go for? And in this district, what are the services that are being asked to be paid for by those residents?
The district that was formed by the council is for public safety services only. So police and fire services to provide services to these areas of the district.
And would this district, as the council approved it last year, only apply to this development, or would it apply to several developments if they choose to occur, and in what areas?
Currently, it would apply to any new development that's in there on the map, the 6238, where the city's receiving 38% of the property tax. So those are only very limited areas at the fringe of the city.
So in essence, the people in the interior of the city, folks on Blackstone and Shaw, folks on Blackstone and Olive, this district doesn't apply to them, correct?
It would not apply, and if there were a new development in those areas, so, I mean, really, we'd have to see, well, what percentage of the city that is, but it's really over 95% of the city area. New developments, say, high-density, mixed-use, multifamily, or even an infill single-family subdivision in this area that's in the 50-50 split, right, that was annexed prior to 2003. There would be no requirement to annex into this public safety CFD.
Now, in addition to this public safety district, there's also other districts, correct, that pay for medium island maintenance, streets, lights. Is there an additional district, and if so, what is a district in this development, and how do those districts work?
There are additional districts. Currently, depending upon where the project is and what type it is, they go into another district. The other CFDs were only formed to pay for things like landscape maintenance, street light maintenance and power bill, concrete repairs, and paving. And those districts are, as city manager mentioned, CFD number 9. That is the commercial and industrial district. CFD 11, which is the single-family neighborhood district. We also have CFD 12, which is the western part of Copper River Ranch development. And we have CFD 15, is the eastern part of Copper River Ranch. That's a special district. And lastly, just for completeness sake, we have one other, and that is CFD number 17, that is specialized to neighborhoods that have a sewer lift station to serve them because of issues. We have only 3 in the city where they needed a special sewer lift station to serve them.
So it's fair to say that when my residents complain about the conditions of street repairs, sidewalks, compared to the northern part or the fringes of new development, that those property owners are paying an additional fee to maintain their landscape, their roads in better condition, where existing residents are relying on the general fund that primarily goes to police and fire to pay for those same amenities, correct?
Correct. Also with the additions, of course, if we were talking about road conditions, you have other tax revenues, gas tax, SB1 gas tax, and also Measure C. And those dollars are utilized citywide for...
Including in areas that already have a facilities maintenance district, correct?
The major streets, your main arterials, boulevards, those would typically utilize like gas tax or Measure C. But the interior streets where you have a CFD, they're going to be reliant upon the CFD. That development's paying for itself.
Okay.
Councilmember, the CFDs are specific tied to a property tax, and the other revenues he just mentioned are generally sales tax related and not tied to a specific property.
Good. So, maybe a year ago, or I don't know how long it's been since we had Superman Council President Esparza, who helped us reach a negotiation with the police department. And we all had a press conference to celebrate that we made our police officers the highest paid in the Central Valley. We all celebrate that we hired a record amount of firefighters whose 80% of their calls are medical related. Irrespective of what part of town you live in, medical calls come from everywhere. And we all knew that at some point we were going to have to pay for all these investments that we had made in public safety. And we knew that we would receive temporary help from the federal government in the form of American Rescue Funds, SAFER grants, but that at some point the cost and the bill is going to come due to all of us. And so this, to me, is just that reality. The bill's coming due for everyone for the increase in service. I think we could all make an argument that we haven't seen the return on investment yet. I still don't see faster response time to 911 calls. I still have not seen a more responsive deployment of folks. We're still hiring and filling vacancies and training people, and all that takes time. But we have made record investments in those areas, and the cost that does have to be picked up by folks. The other thing that got us here is that we've all said, at least most of us have said, development has to pay for itself. That a senior citizen on a fixed income who's living within the city limits should not have to subsidize a $500,000 home on the fringes of the city. Development has even come around to state that development should pay for itself. And we all know that traveling to Temperance from a substation in the central part of the city is further, it's slower, and it costs more resources to deploy those services. So I'm struggling with this idea, and as the manager indicated, we have done a pretty aggressive job of subsidizing affordable housing, but we have also subsidized market rate housing when it's done in the infill part of the city. This council has approved infill incentives over the years for market rate, high density housing within the corridor. I think the idea of subsidizing market rate rental or ownership, it's a pretty significant step, and it will come at a cost, and somebody would have to pay for that cost. So the questions that I have for staff and for the applicant are the following. One, for staff, if we don't apply this higher fee, where are the funding sources that we're going to use to make up the shortfall? And I like to have specifics. If it's a general fund, I need you to say it's a general fund, 80% of which goes to police and fire. Because this is going to be a budget conversation when the bill comes due in June, when the mayor proposes his budget. Two, what is the mayor's position on this? I know he's not here today, he's not a policymaker, but we need to know if we're not going to proceed with this district as approved months ago, then what is the alternative? Does development stop in the fringe of the city? Is the mayor going to restart negotiations on a tax sharing agreement? I need to know, and I don't want to put on the spot, but we need to have a collective position as a policymaking body in the executive branch on what are the alternative paths if this does not go forward and proceed. I also need to know a final assessment on whatever numbers have been tossed out. What is the final position of the city staff to what the true cost of providing these services are? And what is the final numbers from the applicant on what they believe are the true costs for services that are being rendered to that area? And I would like that hopefully before we take a final vote, because I have not been able to track the different competing numbers that are being projected and presented. I also want to know from the applicant, if the applicant is interested in making these single-family rental projects affordable. As a policymaker, I can get to a place of subsidizing affordable housing. We do that on a daily basis. We have a crisis in the affordability market, but I cannot get to a place of subsidizing market rate rentals in the fringes of the city. So I'd like to hear what are the plans for those properties, and if they're rentals, how long do they propose to be rental markets? Are they going to be rentals for a year, for 2 years? Are they going to be sold to an investment firm out of Texas and New York? And then we got to deal with that headache. We just, in my district, are dealing with the Californian hotel. When investors buy rental markets, they tend not to invest in them. And they become a problem of code enforcement in the city, which is, again, a significant resource that we have to deploy after the fact. And lastly, what I'm looking for is from the city staff, and mostly from not city staff, from our city attorney, if you can provide us, a confidential memo on the defensibility of the multiple paths that have been discussed in today's hearing. I like to be able to assess what exposure we have, not only with the applicant and their application before us, but we have required other developments to enter into this district, and we are requiring future developments in my district to enter into this district. If we make the exception for one, are we gonna be liable to the others who we are holding to a standard? And if so, what is the exposure to a city for doing that? And again, I think decisions that we've made, which I believe were the right decisions, one, addressing the historically underfunded, understaffed public safety apparatus of the city. Two, holding firm with the County of Fresno that we're not going to continue to subsidize their bulging budgets and mismanagement. And three, that development should pay for itself. And people on fixed incomes should not have to pay for new residents who are coming from out of town and buying in the fringes in new neighborhoods, should not have to be subsidized by them. Because my neighborhoods rely on the general fund to get the roads paved. And I can tell you, having just built, in the process of building sidewalks in Tower, rely on the general fund in the city of Fresno to fix their sidewalks and repave your streets is a 111-year-old wait list. And I'm not gonna put more neighborhoods in the inner city in that situation to be able to accommodate out-of-towners coming in for a better affordable opportunity than the Bay Area or LA provides them. So this is a huge seismic decision we have to make, and I want time and more information to be able to assess the potential consequences of those decisions. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Carbasi.
That is a lot of information. We've had lots of numbers. I know my dad is watching. Dad, wake up. I really wish we had this level of discussion when we first formed the CFD 18 and had the hearings. I feel like we've had more discussion today. And thank you, Council, for powering through the lunch hour. It's 1 o'clock. I do want to start with some questions for staff. I believe Scott, if you don't mind, and of course, let's see. Bear with me for a second. I want to thank Councilmember Arias because he did ask a good baseline question about what a CFD is, and I think we've covered that. For the CFD 18, just want to be clear, because we're talking about public safety, these are not for enhanced services like extra patrols. Is that correct?
Actually, Councilmember, when we say they are for enhanced services above the general fund commitment.
I want to be clear. The service level that I get right now as a homeowner living in Northwest Fresno in an area that's been built out for a while, that's my baseline of service. I call 911 and I get service. Does the CFD 18 provide any more service than that right now?
So, Scott, you can interrupt me. So, for the areas that are 50-50, their baseline is
People
here.
don't know what that means when they call 911. I'm sorry, city manager. I
Okay.
want to be clear. Right now in the city of Fresno, when I call 911, I have an expectation that someone will answer and I will get service.
Correct.
That's the baseline level of service. When I say enhanced, I'm referring to an extra patrol, for example.
Well, I would equate it not to an extra patrol, but to response times.
So the position of this administration is that you can't guarantee standard response times to people living in a non-50-50 area, which I know no one knows what that means, whether it's considered an infill project or a fringe project.
I would argue the farther we go out on the fringe, the harder it is for us to provide a response
Okay.
time, the longer the response time, because obviously the resources are here, and it just, right, geographically, it takes longer to get to the fringe area.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now. So let me put it this way. Will the CFD 18 include extra patrols?
The CFD 18 would include extra resources for patrols serving that area than we would have if we are only relying on the general fund regular property tax.
Let me ask it this way. I'm sorry to harp on this because I want to be clear because I feel like we're playing with semantics. I call 911, I get a response time. If a person calls 911, they will get service. Fine, great, we all get that, whether it takes longer or shorter. But are they getting an extra proactive patrol? The county does this, for example. People pay into a public safety tax assessment, but they do have actual extra patrols, like in the Fig Garden Island area, for example. Is it that? That's what I'm trying to understand. When I say enhanced, I'm talking about something above and beyond what we would all agree is that the standard level of service we expect.
Possibly.
Okay. That was just one question. Okay. Can you tell us just briefly the process of creating a CFD versus, for example, when we create a CFD, a developer comes in, we have a hearing, it's one vote, and then they sell the home or rent the home or the apartment, and there's pass-through costs. But the person bearing the cost, which is the homeowner, for example, that pays for it every year as part of their property tax assessment, they don't vote, correct? It's one developer, one vote, versus having to go to every single person that's actually paying for it in perpetuity.
Correct. The one vote that occurs on developer annexations into the CFD. At that time, the developer owns all the property. Usually it's one big parcel, sometimes it's a couple of parcels, but before it's subdivided, the developer submits their ballots in the affirmative to say, yes, we vote yes on this annexation, and then the items that come before the council set what we call the maximum special tax, or for short, the max tax, what it will be per home, how it will be adjusted each year. That's all disclosed to that homeowner. So the homeowner themselves, the person who buys that lot, is not voting on that.
Right, but it's disclosed, but they have no opportunity to go back and say, hey, I'm going to have to, if I want to buy this home, for the rest of my life, as long as I have this home, I'm going to pay this, but I didn't have a say. And that's kind of the point I want the public to understand, because this is a general fund service that I think a supermajority of residents in this city don't pay extra for. And now we're saying, and people don't know what this means, I understand, if you're not in a 50-50 tax sharing agreement area, a new development, whether it's infill or not infill, but it's in this new area, you're going to pay a lifetime fee or tax or whatever you want to call it for the same level of service, and we can disagree on that point, that everyone else is paying for. That's the baseline I'm trying to understand. And that's kind of the point of why I'm asking the questions I'm asking. But the formulas, and I know there's questions from the BIA and then administration, and I hope by the next council meeting we can get the revised numbers like Councilmember Chavez mentioned, because I'd like some time to actually review it. The night before won't help. But the formula is based on the average price of a home in Fresno, roughly, whether it's Zillow or tax rolls. Is that fair?
And not in Fresno in its entirety, but
Okay.
new homes and subdivisions that are being built. And I
Got
would
it.
add that the municipal finance consultant who put this together, I mean, it's a lengthy study, comprehensive data, and that was not done overnight. But there were several months of effort that went into that.
Okay.
And the city manager indicated, we've been trying to be very quick and responsive to the BIA, and this surprise letter from the attorney that said, okay, we need to reevaluate how the numbers look.
And it's not the BI I'm worried about, it's the policymakers. We need time to review and vet the information, because what I'm hearing is we paid for this study and they have numbers, and a year later, there seems to be, the city administration is claiming a dramatic increase because of rising costs and whatever. So I'd like to have the proper, you want to say something?
The only reason why we tried to make modifications to the number was to counter an argument that the BIA was making that we thought it was inaccurate. So we were just trying to counter, but we do stand by the original study.
Okay, great. So I'm going to clarify on this one. The average price of a home you say that the study reflects, it's one average number, it's not per project. This number is applied to the formulas, correct?
That is correct, and if I may add, one reason for that is at the time when a subdivision map comes in, we do not know exactly what that will be.
Sure.
If the original home builder keeps that one, we may be able to estimate, but we don't know how many homeowners will select, model number 1 versus model number 5. How many people do the single-story 1,500 square foot homes versus the vast majority say, I want the 2,800 square foot two-story model.
Sure.
And the results of that would be very different numbers. Or in some cases, we have a subdivider who will sell part of their finished lots to another builder within that tract. And again, we have no guarantee who's actually going to build and what will be the product type when they're annexing into the CFD.
I think that's all I have, Scott, for staff.
Thank you.
We've heard the argument for years. We've discussed whether sprawl pays for itself. The issue is that it's pretty clear, because we're not doing this on a project-by-project basis, there are lots of homes that are sold in these areas that have higher tax assessments because they cost more than that average. They may actually generate revenue. So the argument was we don't subsidize market rate housing. I'd argue that that market rate housing, workforce housing, could subsidize the general fund. But we got to look at the numbers we'll get next week. This is for city manager. You stated that staff, so the administration, and this is what you used, chose from a policy standpoint to not apply CFD 18 on a project-by-project basis. And you made a good point that some areas in certain council districts may have to be assessed more because they're not necessarily generating the revenues other areas make, and that's a fair point. It's the word policy perspective that concerns me, because this council is a policy-making body, and I would have liked to have had that discussion last year when we're talking about this so that we can make that decision. It's a hard discussion, but we should be making that decision. And I'm really neutral on that right now. I don't know what the right answer is, but I want to make sure we keep the policy debate on this dais.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that as staff, we make recommendations to this body as part of every item that we present to you. And historically, we have never come and presented an agenda item for you to vote on that. We've tried to do the opposite of sort of the divisive approach of the haves and the have-nots. So it has just sort of been from the administration's perspective, obviously in this one Fresno, to try and not create the haves and the have-nots. So I understand your point, and I don't disagree.
Yeah, no, my worry is when you mention one Fresno, though, you have some people that are paying for, I'm going to use the word a tax, for the rest of their lives. They own this home, but they're actually generating revenue. That's the conversation we should have up here, and I think we can do it in a constructive way. Yeah, and I just want to clarify, and I've had this conversation before. The term affordable housing, I'd agree, the administration has been very aggressive, and it's a great thing on getting funding for affordable housing. But what we're talking about here is market rate workforce housing, that families that make too much to get assistance want to be able to buy a home. And we have people investing here. A lot of them are leaving in Madera and Kerman and Merced, but they're still here. And we want to make sure that we create an environment where we have an increased supply, because the market's changed in the last 6 months alone when we initially approved this thing. I have a question for the city attorney. Is it, and I know there's a memo requested on this, but is it legally defensible for this council to dissolve the CFD 18?
Yes, you can do that. Best way probably is to pass a resolution directing my office to draft a new ordinance.
Well, what I'm going to do and then is I'm going to request your office draft that language.
Understood.
And we'll have discussion with parties and as well. So I have a question for the applicant, whoever wants to come up. Is this an infill project?
Yes, it is, by the map that, yes.
Can you explain what that means?
Well, everything is built around it. There's, well,
Because I'm hearing 6238 tax sharing agreement, yet, and the fringes, it's on the fringe, it relies on services, and it's a drain, but this is actually an infill project.
it's in East Fresno, but there's at least a mile, maybe 2 miles of development east of us.
So around the area,
It's all developed.
okay.
It's all, and go ahead.
I would add that it's close to job centers. The light industrial park is right next door. The airport is very nearby. A lot of these folks are probably going to be working just a few blocks down the street.
Okay. Yeah, that's my only question on that.
Is it,
If you have any other thoughts, go ahead.
okay, if CFD 18 is going to actually have higher services, can we get a memo from the city that says, hey, we're going to give you enhanced services,
It's
additional
not enhanced,
patrol?
though. Yeah.
Right.
Unfortunately, it sounds like it's not enhanced.
And by the way, development, we want development to pay for itself. We believe, whether it's west of 99, southwest Fresno, east, all new housing developments pay substantially more. Because you can't, it's very difficult to build a new home and sell it at $400,000. You saw the numbers from tax records, they're 513. So it doesn't matter almost what part of town it is, construction costs are substantially higher.
Thank you. Thank you. So it sounds like we're going to potentially delay this. We'll see if there's a motion made. But I just want to make share a couple of thoughts, because I think we're going to go back into policy-making mode once this is done. So the tract in question was annexed in 2007. And CFD 18 is being applied retroactively, which I think is unfair. I'll call this an unpremeditated bait and switch. I think that these things should be evaluated on a project-by-project basis with actual projections and present market conditions, which is really important because we want to understand the impact it has on the consumer, which are our working families in Fresno. Ultimately, I do believe we need to go back to the drawing board, which is why I've asked the city attorney to draft a bill where we dissolve CFD 18, where we can have collaboration, especially with the policymakers, in a more open process, with the administration and all the parties, to create a CFD, but with truly enhanced services. If people are going to be paying for the rest of their lives for a tax that no one else is paying for, they should get better quality service, because that's what you get when you pay for a regular CFD and have improved streets in your neighborhood or landscaping or lighting. You get a higher level of service than anyone else gets, and this is very different, unfortunately. I do want to make it clear, I think this council has a very big commitment to improving the supply of housing, but it's affordable housing for the workforce in our community. And the most important thing I want to put something into context for my colleagues, and I swear this is my last point, so thank you for your patience. Policies can be created with the best intentions, but in practice there can be unintended consequences. Since December of 2022, when the CFD 18 resolution of intention was passed, interest rates for a 30-year fixed loan average increased from 6.54% to today's average of 7.92%, almost 1.5% more. This has a crippling effect on working families struggling to buy a home. That means that back in December of 22, when we created this thing, if a working family could afford a $500,000 home, today that same family can only afford a home worth $425,000. That's $75,000 less of purchasing power. And $75,000 less. Last time I checked, home prices have been going up, folks. And my take on this is, This is the wrong time to continue supporting policies that increase the cost of affording a home for our workforce, whether you buy or rent here in Fresno. And that's why I'm strongly going to advocate complete redraw and revamp of the CFD 18 process. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation where I'm in there being quoted. That was amazing.
Can I add something to that?
What's that?
You asked, Mike asked a question
Go
about
ahead.
infill also. CFD 11 and 9 applies citywide. This is CFD 18 on select neighborhoods, not on everybody.
Okay. Question, Scott, if I could just ask you a question. So part of this, the CFD 18, which I didn't support for the reasons that were stated, this came about because we have a dispute with the county over tax sharing, correct? In that we feel the development is not paying for itself. That's why we want more in terms of the tax sharing. And as a result of not getting more of the tax sharing like we used to on a 50-50 split, the CFD is to make up for that. Is that a fair?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. So in some sense, and I'm raising this with you, City Manager, and it's rhetorical. You don't have to really answer. But in some sense, when we do the CFD, we're acquiescing to the county and saying, we give up. You win. You don't have to negotiate with us because we're going to tax people more rather than getting the appropriate share of a property tax.
Can I answer?
Sure.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
But it was our reaction to not, while we're at a standstill with the county, finding a way to let development continue without further going into the hole financially. So it was our attempt. I agree. Ideally, we'd have a tax sharing agreement that would be able, to pay for our services. But it was trying to make lemonade out of lemons. I don't disagree with you.
Understand, but once we do this, what's the incentive for the county to come to the table and give us more of the revenue that they should be giving us because we already are taxing people more? There is no incentive. There's no incentive for them to come back to the table because we've acquiesced.
I sort of don't disagree with you, but I would say that prior to us doing the CFD, we were not having productive discussions.
Oh, I understand.
So I mean, we tried for about a year.
Yeah.
And we were sort of holding up development in anticipation. And so, once again, I don't disagree with you, but we were trying to find a way to allow development to move forward at the request of the industry and not shut things down.
No, it's been clear the county and its elected leaders have been obnoxious with the city of Fresno and have basically told us that they don't care what we think and it's irrelevant and they don't care what happens regarding these developments. That's been very clear. That will change soon. But I will tell you also what would happen if this CFD continued to go forward and by a miracle, we did enter into an appropriate tax sharing agreement. Would the CFD 18 go away? Because at that point then, we are now getting the appropriate property tax revenue, but we have an additional CFD 18 where people are being charged. And my answer, it's a rhetorical question. My answer is typically not with government. Once they start collecting money, they don't like to end a tax that they've created.
So that would be an option, but what I would say is they'd be getting even a greater enhanced level of service. So
maybe.
If we had sufficient revenue from the general fund that was providing the same baseline level of service, this gets a 5-minute response time, this gets a 5-minute response time, but there's more money, then yeah, theoretically could fund more proactivity, just like the CFDs for landscaping.
But the reality is that money doesn't, once government starts collecting it, they don't want to give it back. And yes,
well,
government.
You are the government. You are the government.
Yeah, I know, but yes, and that's why I don't support this. And that's why I know that if this moves forward and the tax sharing by miracle, we had politicians over in the county that really wanted to work with the city, this would not go away. And maybe there would be enhanced services, but the fact is people are still paying a fee that they shouldn't be paying anymore. So, I mean, for those reasons, I didn't support it before, I'm not going to support it. Now, I don't know if people are going to delay it, whatever the council needs to do to take further analysis of this. But I think that, you know, moving forward with this, we are acquiescing to the county and saying, okay, you won't work with us, so we're just going to tax people more. I don't think that's the way to go. But again, I understand why we're doing this. Thank you.
Do you have an additional request, Councilmember Arias?
I do, Council President. If the council is going to consider dissolving the whole district, I'd like the city manager and the city attorney to provide us a memo, one, on what that does to the outstanding developments that were approved on the condition of them participating in this district, and two, city manager, for you, what the financial implications would be if that district is dissolved, and again, where would we find the funding from that? And because most of that, all that money for the district goes to police and fire. So are we going to hold positions vacant? Are we going to do layoffs? I need to know what the implications are if we're going to consider dissolution.
I'm going to give closing comments to the council member that has jurisdiction over that area. Councilmember Sargent.
Well, okay. Yeah, we've got more questions than answers, I think, at this point, is what I've heard. The applicant has questions too, apparently. I've heard a couple of requests from this side of the dais for continuation. That's probably the direction I would lean. I do appreciate the presentation by the applicants, their information, and the administration's vigorous defense of our funds to provide city services. You know, I appreciate most of all my colleagues and their very inquisitive questions and comments. This is housing development within District 7, but I think it's become abundantly clear that it's really that despite the fact that we need this housing, and I'd love to see this housing get built, that this is a much larger policy conversation. And I think if we took, after sort of intaking this information here today, over the course of an hour and a half delay in my lunch, you know, I think a week, we have a council meeting next week, so maybe within a week, we could explore some options, some potentially presented by the applicants, some presented by here on the dais, explore the fiscal and something that's fiscally palatable, legally palatable. I think we're at a spot where this council doesn't seem to know exactly where we're headed at this moment. So I think a week would prove prudent. So with that, yeah.
I can't get that done in a week. I can't do the financial analysis necessary in a week. I'll do my best, but I don't think I can get there in a week.
If I can just chime in.
Can I chime in real quick? When is the final date that this would need to be heard by?
Council President, under the Subdivision Map Act, once the hearing ends today, you have 10 days.
Can we continue?
7 business days or 7 calendar days?
10 calendar days from the hearing.
City attorney, can we just continue the hearing instead of ending it?
No, well,
So
the issue is that it has to be, the matter has to be heard within 45 days, and I think we're right up against that window.
I mean, the hearing's been done. We can't take it all back.
We'll do the best we can. We'll do the best we can. We'll get you everything we can get you in that time period.
And just so we all understand, if you don't make a ruling within 10 days, it effectively kills the appeal. So that's the implication of us not having this come back.
Can't the applicant grant us an extension? That's typically also no.
We looked into waivers. He can't waive it. It's under the act.
We do have a very succinct agenda next week, which I hope will allow our city staff to give this proper consideration leading up to next week. But is there something you wish to say really quick? Yeah.
Question. So there's another hearing next week, is that correct?
Well, the hearing has been
I mean, after council meeting. next week that you want, the direction is to get this information back to you next week.
Is that what I'm hearing, Councilmember?
Yeah, so
Right.
what I'm proposing, based on what I've heard from my colleagues and from the applicant, is, yeah, we take a week
Okay.
and bring this back to next Thursday's council meeting, which is within the time parameters established.
Can we meet with, is there anything wrong with meeting with city manager's office and this body or select members of this body to discuss? Because this is a complicated, I get it, it's a complicated issue for all of us.
Here's the problem with that. This is a quasi-judicial matter. You can't engage with the people that are going to be voting.
Just for policy, not a project.
No, you can't. Not on this topic.
This is
They have to avoid bias. If there's any communication,
By
they're going to have
anybody,
to
including city
potentially
manager's
recuse
office?
themselves.
You could meet with the administration, including the mayor and the city manager.
Correct.
But can they meet with you?
Sure.
But we can't.
Correct. They probably couldn't act as a conduit, but I'm sure they could tell us their thoughts
That's
before the meeting.
the disadvantage we've got. Okay. Can I have one other, not a rhetorical question. When somebody calls 911, city manager, is there going to be a map that says, this is CFD 18, faster service? This one is not, delay it.
It's usually a 10-minute hold time.
What is that?
It's usually a 10-minute hold time for everyone.
But would there be a map so 911 operator goes, oh, this is CFD 18, we're going to actually do it at 10 minutes, everybody else is going to be longer?
It's geography. Farther out, longer response time.
It's not based on what you pay, even if you pay more into the fund, it's based on where you live.
It's
now.
just, so it's regardless of whether CFD 18 or not, the farther you are. So Southwest Fresno, Southeast, Northeast are going to have a longer
Even
response
if
time.
your development actually pays into the city fund, yes.
Right, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and, is there a motion required for what I
There
proposed?
would need to be a motion to continue this matter.
Continue anytime.
Yeah, just clarify, date and time, and then we'll get it agendized.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to continue this to.
Second.
To the next following meeting at the same hearing time. That is that, establishes a minimum hearing time. Obviously, if we get done later, we'll hear it later, as we did today. But that's my motion.
Clarification, would it be a hearing at the next meeting since I have closed the hearing?
It would be a decision on the matter.
Right.
It
So the
wouldn't be-
hearing portion is not continued, it's the decision, correct?
You can still have discussion.
Discussion on the dais.
Yes.
So,
But the hearing is closed as of today.
Correct.
not to continue the hearing, but to continue the actual item of the decision that we need to make.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. I have a motion and a second on the table.
So we can't comment. Is that correct?
You could be here next week, absolutely.
There will be public comment on the item agendized at 10:25 a.m. next Thursday.
So we can be here and comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Is there any appetite for an ad hoc committee from this
I
body?
don't know if it hasn't been agendized, if we'd be able to do that today.
Agreed.
Okay.
Well, what I could, there would be
However, if 3 council members still wanted to meet up outside of a committee, that is always your prerogative.
Sure.
Mr. President, can I add one point? I am working on that policy to potentially rescind CFD 18. If there are 2 council members who want to work with me on that, maybe come up with a hybrid, I'm open to that too.
I would advise you to maybe talk to a couple council members.
Yeah, well, I think let's ensure that every council member receives all of the information that both the city manager and city attorney are going to provide, and go from there.
Motion and second on the table. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, this matter is continued to next Thursday's council meeting. Thank you, everybody. We will return in the chambers at 3 p.m. We will announce our single closed session item. We will then take the closed session matter, and then we will return for contested consent afterwards. See everybody at 3 o'clock. All right, CMAC is running. We have Cliff online. Council member, please proceed.
Thank you, Council President. If the council recalls, last few months, we've had some very public conversations and private conversations about the conditions of our radio infrastructure for public safety, our whole apparatus. It requires significant upgrades. So since we're proposing to spend $1.5 million on these radios, my question was, Is this $1.5 million going to go towards that permanent radio infrastructure fix, or is this simply just buying individual radios to deal with the current demand?
Cliff, I'll go ahead and take this, and you can step in if I need you. This is to replace radios that for either new personnel coming on board, new hires, or replacement of old radios that are past their useful life. So this is not about new infrastructure for the radio system. We are working on that. We have some short-term fixes that we are working on as far as the coverage of the radios, and that involves the Crown Castle facility, which will be online by when? I can't read your sign language, sorry.
Brian Horn, CIO, City of Fresno, of course. Crown Castle was supposed to be online in the next month. There has been a hiccup, so we're trying to figure out if we could still have them done by the end of the year. So there's been a hiccup with PG&E, and you should know about it. If not, you will shortly.
Okay, so I'm guessing it's the
If you
electrical
need
infrastructure.
help with PG&E, I'm probably the person to talk to versus the mayor.
I'll take it.
Because I'm not trying to take them over.
Okay, so
We'll
I'll get
contact
updated on that, council, and engage you. So the Crown Castle Tower will help a lot with the coverage situation, and then we are working on a number of other long-term fixes for the system, but this is just replacement of the radios.
Understood. My second question is, I'm not a techie, so forgive my ignorance. Do these radios that we're spending $1.5 million, will they work when the permanent radio infrastructure system is in place, or are we going to have to then upgrade them because they no longer work with the new system?
Brian, can you answer that question?
It's going to depend upon exactly what we do with the new system. I'm sorry to tell you that, because these are UHF and VHF. If we continue to do UHF and VHF, then yes, they will continue to work. If we do the 700 megahertz, then we'll probably have to replace some of them, but they could.
Got it. So there's a potential that this 1.5 will simply go away, and we'll have to replace with new radios when we upgrade to permanent.
Yes, but that'll be a number of years.
And
We'll get a number of years
just
out.
remember, this is a requirements contract, so we're not going to, we have authority to spend up to, but we just purchase them as the radios come on board. But I do want to remind you, while I agree, 1.5 million is a lot of money. If we're going to be going into the megahertz region, we're talking between 30 to 60 million dollars.
Understood. Those are all my questions. Motion to approve.
I got a motion from Arias, a second from Perea. I have Councilmember Carbasi punched up.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Arias made the main point. I just want to make sure we're very clear, because I believe we're talking about emerging technology, and that I don't want to spend money purchasing equipment that will be obsolete. So we are accounting for that. And if you need to correct me, that's fine. Brian?
So I think we are only buying what we need. So if we hire the 25 new officers that are going to come on for retail
Organized retail
theft,
crime,
we're going to have to go buy 25 of these radios because they have none.
But eventually, how long until those radios need to be replaced with new technology?
I mean, go ahead, Brian, if you want to. So then I don't know how far from the new technology. I would say we're several years away because it's a funding issue, the type of investment that we're talking about making.
So we're not in a place where we can make that change now?
No.
And save money? Okay.
That'll be about 3 to 5 years.
Okay,
But
thank
in
you.
the meantime, we'll keep everything going that we have now and improve on some of the signal strength we have as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Motion and second on the table. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. That'll take us to item 1J as in John. Approve the award of a cooperative purchase contract to Haker Equipment Company. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I recognize you're acquiring a CNG truck, correct?
Cliff, are you on? Yes, correct.
Sweeper?
Correct.
And as you know, City Manager, we're installing a bunch of bike lanes. Have we purchased street sweepers specifically designed to address the cleaning of the bike lanes? I know those are not as wide.
Yeah, Brian Russell can answer that.
Brian Russell from Public Works. Yes, we do have one street sweeper that we currently own just for the bike lanes. That's adequate for what we have now. The sweepers that you're voting on today are for the citywide neighborhood Main
And
Street.
Assistant Director or Director, I forget your official title at this point, but Is one for the street, for the bike lane sufficient? If that breaks down, what's the plan to maintain those bike lanes?
One is sufficient. We have had breakdowns in the past, but all street sweepers are maintenance issues. So I don't know that we would want to make a different business decision on the what if on that.
Okay.
We do have contingency plans.
All right, I just want to be thoughtful because as all these bike lanes get installed, the protected ones, if they're not swept, broken glass, whatnot, they won't be used. So I don't want to.
I think in the
Not be
future,
prepared
as
for
we
it.
get more and more online, we'll definitely have to talk about purchasing additional.
Fair enough. With that, make a motion to approve.
Motion from Arias, a second from Bredefield. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. That'll bring us to item 1L as in Lincoln. Approve the Second Amendment to the agreement between City of Fresno and CMAQ to increase the per person hour production rate to $85 per hour. Councilmember Arias, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, did we incorporate this increase in our recently adopted budget? Or is this going to be a budget amendment at some point?
I don't know the answer to that, Brian.
We have funds in ISD for it. We actually anticipated some increase for them, and this will cover it.
Okay, so no budget amendment in the near future?
No, I don't believe so, no.
All right, thank you. My secondary question is, where are we at with the conversations of leasing them more space in our existing city building?
Cliff or Jordan?
Yes, I can speak to that. So we are continuing conversations with CMAQ in regard to them expanding within that building. We actually just spoke to them about an hour ago, and right now the ball is in their court on how they would like to proceed. The contract is coming to an end on June 30th, 2025, and at that point, they will be very serious about expansion, but they are talking about expanding before that contract is ended, which would be an amendment.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion by Arias, a second by Bredefield. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Bring us to 1M as in Mary. Approve the award of 3 requirement contracts for on-call technology support services and hardware for 3 years. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, staff. I pulled this item to really understand what services are you obtaining from them on the on-call technology? Is this customer service that everybody calls into? What exactly are they providing?
So Frank Votter, Assistant Director, ISD. In the council report, we detail a bunch of services, and there's M and N are very similar, right? I can go through those with you in detail if you'd like.
Just give me a general
high
description.
level, it's services that we use a fair bit of, and we sometimes have to go out to bid, or we have to get those services as or support for those services to backfill our current staff in terms of their capabilities. They don't have the capabilities, we don't have the volume of staff that we need. And it's just common technology support items. It's not staff reaching out to these people for help. It's our staff, as in the general user population. It's our technology folks, our engineers reaching out for assistance or asking for help.
So it's additional support for existing IT staff?
That's correct.
And have you guys assessed whether or not you're better off just hiring additional IT staff?
I think so. There's a volume issue there, definitely, right? I would love to hire more. We work really hard to fill our open positions and retain staff. But there are some areas where we don't have the capabilities because it's not a thing we always do. Or we need to ramp up those capabilities or that volume to cover a short-term project.
Okay. In general, when I arrived here in 2019, I think it's fair description to say that Fresno had some of the worst, IT infrastructure that I've ever been around in a public agency, primarily because you guys were all underfunded. We've made a significant investment. It's been really good, but I have seen a pretty big dip in quality of service in the last 6 months. So I am hoping that this helps, and if it doesn't, I'd like to have a more in-depth conversation during the budget process, because the Wi-Fi has become unreliable. I'm sure there's some migration and improvements taking place. I have to have IT in my office every day for security, 2-factor authentication that you all rolled out. I'm cheering for you guys, and if it's more resources you need, I need that to be said. But IT, in my world, is basic water and sewer. It has to be seamless. It has to be top quality all the time. So I'm just bringing that to your attention that there's got to be some improvement because I have seen the decline, and it is impacting the workflow, especially for those of us trying to retrieve emails and work after hours. And I'm sure all these safeguards are for a reason. The upgrades are for a reason, but we still got to find a way to make it user-friendly. But with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you for your ongoing support, and I'm happy to meet with you about your concerns.
Yeah.
Motion by Arias, second by Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Take us to 1-0 as an ocean resolution authorizing submission of application to CPUC for federal funding account last mile broadband deployment. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. Staff, I think we've had discussions about this a few months ago. It's, been down at the staff level for a few months now. It was hard to see the actual map that was included in the backup material. Can somebody enlighten me with what areas are being proposed in this grant application for last mile connectivity?
Yes, Paul Zoe, project.
Closer to the
liaison.
microphone, Paul, please.
Yes. All right, Paul Zoe, project liaison program administrator of the Information Service Department. We identify a number of unserved areas within the CUPC's mapping. We provided a mapping to your council chiefs. We apologize for not able to give that clarity. Again, we had to get the data from the CUPC. And it's throughout the 7 council districts, identifying the high-density unserved areas. So if you want specific locations, they are mostly of mobile home parks because those are the areas that are unserved. For example, in your district, Councilmember Arias, it's at the Marks and Valentine area, the mobile home park there.
Okay, so in essence, if we were to receive the $11 million, what would be the actual work that the city staff would conduct with those resources?
So we would go out and select a partner, put out an RFP, select a partner. They will build the last mile, connecting the resident to the fiber. For the city staff, we will administer the grant, reporting back to the CUPC of its progress.
So are we simply just responsible for laying the fiber down? We're not responsible for actual connectivity occurring?
Correct. It is our partner to be selected to actually get the fiber into the mobile home.
When do you anticipate, if all this works out as planned, that connectivity portion would actually take place?
It has to be within 18 months per the CUPC guideline.
18 months from us receiving the grant?
Correct. We expect a much more time frame. We're submitting about 14 months to deliver that. And so,
Are these sites that you selected final?
they are as close to final as possible because we have to put in a number of items. We had to conduct a 5-year pro forma revenue income. The CUPC requires it, and so it's near completion. We ask you to approve it.
And by approving this today, are we approving these locations as final, or can there be adjustments made?
We could certainly, at a later point, request the CUPC identifying a greater need, especially when the CUPC published the map that we provided to your chief of staff just last Friday. And so they are getting better, and so we could take advantage of that as they provide more clarity. It would be much more helpful to spend the money where it's needed, and we could request that.
And is a deadline for this week to submit it?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? All right. Just so you know, I have one of the most districts that are not connected to broadband, and this map essentially locks us into one parcel in the whole district of 85,000 people, which is a mobile home park. I don't think that's the best location to pick. We just built a college campus in West Fresno. That whole area doesn't have connectivity. That would have been a bigger preference for me, or even one around elementary schools in the neighborhoods that don't have connectivity. So I would like us to revisit adjustments, at least in my area, on what could be done. But I recognize you guys have a deadline of tomorrow.
Staff, Paul, do we have control over, or does the PUC dictate?
The PUC dictates where the unserved are.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, there's errors in that mapping. Specifically, you mentioned the new campus. For example, they identified the legacy commons operated by Fresno Housing Authority as unserved. We actually verify a number of locations. Correct. That is served by Comcast. Yeah. And so we vetted.
And that's my point, staff, is that the source data is inaccurate. So you guys identified locations based on CPUC having source data that isn't up to date, to be fair.
We actually took their data and go to AT&T or Comcast's website to verify that whether we could subscribe or not.
But Paul, what if there's something missing from their data, like the West Fresno campus? So I'm just, for instance, it was bare dirt before, so maybe the PUC obviously wouldn't have that. Now there's a college campus there, and if their data predates the construction of that campus, they wouldn't even know that there's a facility there. So how do we fill in the holes for something that isn't even on their map yet, that they may not know exists? Can we maybe get, for instance, I think the West Fresno campus is a good idea, and get that and go ask the PUC, is this on your list of underserved, and can we add it?
So specifically like campus, we work with State Center Community College District Office. They are getting fiber through our partner to that location. All of their campus is through our partner CVIN, and they utilize some of our assets.
And Paul, you're right. The campuses by law have fiber.
Yeah.
Each school site has fiber. It's a neighborhood around it that lacks fiber. That's the conversation I want to have, is the whole idea behind putting a college campus or any school site in an inner city neighborhood is that, one, you pull infrastructure there, but two, you leverage that infrastructure to expand it in the residential neighborhood that hasn't had it for decades. So what I would simply ask is, can you provide me all the locations in my district that the CPUC indicated lack connectivity, and then allow us to see in the next evolution to see what adjustments we can make for it. Because as much as I'm supportive of doing a mobile home park, you're looking at about 30 or 40 elderly folks that may be served or may not want the high-speed fiber going into their stuff. Because the challenge of the mobile home parks, as you know, is they don't own the land. So the landlord and the property owner still has to agree to pull the fiber, and that's really the structural hiccup to them receiving connectivity. So that's my request. If you can just give me the full list of the stuff in my district, and with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We will do that. Thank
Got
you.
a motion from Arias, second from Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi, you're punched up.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff. I did question the map, and you were able to provide the information rather quickly and set up a future meeting. This is a pretty big deal for my district because the very southeastern portion of my district is highlighted, as well as Herndon Town, which is and everything actually west of the railroad tracks above Herndon, west of the BNSF railroad tracks. So that's a very big deal, and I think those folks, access to internet is almost essential these days, and to be able to have broadband service out there could make a huge difference in their lives. So very excited about how this is implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you, Paul. Next up is 1S as in Sam, actions pertaining to homeless street outreach, assessment, and mobile shower operations agreement provided under the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. Councilmember Bertefield, you pulled this item. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question. On the grace bound with the mobile shower trailers, I know with the first agreement with Pavarello, you are working to get people into programming and treatment off the streets. Are they doing the same thing with the grace bound where they're trying to get them off the streets as opposed to just providing them a shower?
Yeah, good afternoon, Councilmember Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. The answer is yes. And so Gracebound is a member of the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care, as is the City of Fresno and Pavarello House and others. And part of our collective commitment is to participate in what's called the coordinated entry system, which is to say that part of the services that are provided, whether it be by Poverello House, us, Gracebound, or any other member of the continuum of care, is that we are always entering people into our homeless management information system so that when Gracebound's providing those showers or those restroom services, they're providing them immediate needs. They're also entering them into HMIS, ensuring linkages to all of the available services that they would potentially qualify for, including shelter.
Okay, motion to approve. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Got a motion from Bredefeld, a second from Arias. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you, Phil. Next up, we have 1T as in Tom, actions pertaining to the infill infrastructure grant, catalytic qualifying infill area program. This is pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Is Kelly in the room? Oh, forget your name. I forget your name and title, I mean. So, welcome. As you know, we've gotten a lot of questions, and people have opined all the way from Sacramento that don't live in Fresno about how we should spend downtown Fresno money. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to simply clarify for the general public what this money is specifically dedicated for and how we plan to proceed with this specific grant.
Got it. Thank you. Kelly Furtado, Chief of Staff with Mayor's Office. We were very excited to learn that we were one of the very few to be awarded, conditionally awarded this funding, this $43.7 million, and it is going to be specifically for capital infrastructure improvements, water, sewer, some street, sidewalk, curb types things, and some structural parking. So the funding is explicitly limited to capital infrastructure improvements that will be implemented by 3 of our city departments, public utilities, public works, and capital projects.
What's the geographic boundary that's outlined in the grant that was awarded?
It is in, it's primarily Chinatown and the Fulton district, the corridor. I can tell you exactly, it is bound by Van Ness, Ventura, East Street, down by Chinatown, over to Tuolumne.
And my last question, what's our deadline to start performing on this award?
To start performing?
Correct.
So one, we have to have the award accepted and negotiate the agreement with the state. And then from that point, and I believe they have a 90-day window from their conditional award in August to when they have committed to turning that agreement around. It's very high priority for the state. And so the capital infrastructure improvement, I want to say it's like a 2-year deadline to have the work underway.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. And thank you again for writing the grant and all your work.
Motion by Arias, second by Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you, Kelly. Next up is 1X as an X-ray actions pertaining to the FY24 PAR. This was pulled by myself. Said Assistant City Manager answering questions today. Hi, TJ. How you doing?
Good.
My questions are specifically tailored around the Public Works PARs. Can you explain to me how many positions are you proposing that we add to the Public Works team?
3 concrete finishers.
And can you explain to me what a concrete finisher is again?
Yes, the concrete finishers are the assigned crew that complete they have the specialized skill to finish the concrete pour jobs. So there's maintenance.
When you say finished?
Scott can probably
You mean like
explain that,
literally
Scott.
finish or?
Scott, help her out,
Like
come on.
actually detail out the concrete
Okay.
lines.
Well, first they put the forms up,
Yes.
then they get some water.
They're pretty much seeing it from beginning to end.
Right, there are crews, concrete crews, and then the finishers are the most experienced, the expertise level of that group.
Okay.
Scott can fill in the
Thank you.
details there.
I think our Assistant City Manager is doing great in describing that. So yes, the concrete finisher, so that's a different classification than the other members of the crew. We have maintenance and construction workers alongside the concrete finisher, so that's the person with the skill to do the final finish work on that. They really take the lead role in addressing grade issues, cross slopes, making sure that it meets all the standards. So with concrete program, you have a breakout crew, you have the senior heavy equipment operator, backhoe, doing breakout demolition. We get everything formed up, as no doubt you've seen out in the field, the forms in place, and then the concrete finisher with the crew, and they're ready there on the pour day.
What is the cost of this position, per position?
We have that information in the report. PJ, do you have that handy? I did want to note that it would be funded out of existing appropriations. So this council, you'll note it's not an AAR amendment to increase appropriations.
Just creating the actual positions.
Creating the actual positions, correct. So, and for 3, that's $299,741 salary.
Just divided by 3?
Salary and fringe, correct. So just
about
under.
100,000, give or
Yes.
take. Okay. These concrete crews, how many folks constitute a crew for this concrete work?
All right, I'm going to ask our Assistant Director, Brian Russell, to talk about a little more detail of it.
Appreciate it, thank you.
With each of the
I know I'm
crew.
getting technical, but I
Very
appreciate
good.
it.
Brian Russell from Public Works. So there's really 3 portions to a concrete crew. This is the actual crew that lays the concrete and finish it. The concrete finisher's the tradesperson on the crew, so they're the ones that are overseeing the actual finishing work. That person is a 3-person crew and pretty much led by a concrete finisher, if that answers your question.
So these 3 individuals would be enough to constitute a crew?
Yes.
Okay, and a crew is able to oversee
Actually,
a
strike
project?
that. I misspoke there. What we're really addressing here is that we, through course of life, over the course of the year, we end up having people out of work off of work for any given purpose, sick leave, vacation, whatever types of things that come up in life. Last year, we missed 127 days with people that were, with concrete finishers that were off work for one purpose or another, and we had nobody to backfill their positions. We utilize all individuals we have qualified to act in that capacity, and we've exhausted that. And so we thus missed 127 days. So what we're doing now is we're putting 3 permanent concrete finishers on so that we won't miss any more days.
Understood.
Just to kind of give you a magnitude, I did some quick math, but if we had these 3 people here on staff, we would have poured 4.5 miles more sidewalk last year.
4.5 miles?
Yeah. So it's extremely important that we have these positions on here.
Okay, understood. I want to say something. I'm trying to express it as a concern and not a complaint, because number one, I think that your division and your department have done a really good job dealing with these ARPA dollars, which are kind of a blessing and a curse. They're a blessing because we're getting an unprecedented amount of dollars for very in-need infrastructure projects, but I say a curse because they do have a tight deadline and when we have to expend those by. And I think you guys have done a really great job accommodating District 4 with some of our large projects. Sidewalks, we're doing the 7-week concrete repair. Streets, you guys have been on top of pretty much every major request. I think it's come at the expense of our short-term projects. At the end of calendar year 22, my staff and I compiled, I want to say 8 or 9 one-off projects, buckled sidewalks, trees where roots are bringing the sidewalk up. And we were given an estimate of about a 3-year turnaround, which is obviously a concern because I am reading stuff in the media about administration bringing forward SATA to council this year, which is going to be a huge expansion and sprawl for our city if approved. That's concerning to me, being asked to approve probably one of the biggest sprawl areas in our city and being told our one-off concrete repairs might not even take place till I'm out of office. 2025 would be beyond my first term. I don't know if I'll be around, but obviously that's a huge concern for me. So while I think that we're doing an excellent job, you're doing an excellent job managing these ARPA dollars, I feel like we failed to come up with a short-term plan to address a lot of these little bread and butter issues, which are the currency of council members when we're trying to make our constituents happy.
Council Scott Mosier, Public Works. On that note, we're doing a couple different things. One is we're maximizing the amount of just voluntary overtime work. On Fridays, our crews are on a what's called a 4-10 schedule, Monday through Thursday. They already pick up some overtime on those days, but then on Fridays, we're trying to maximize what we can do and to be able to squeeze in some of those small projects. On another note, we have some projects already that we are bidding and doing alternative delivery on the paving side, and we are exploring options for concrete and what could make sense. A third option, of course, we'd considered was looking at, given the smaller projects and an entire additional crew. Biggest challenge there, two biggest challenges with an entire new crew. One is vehicles and equipment, just given supply chain and long lead times. And then two, just the recruiting process for that, given multiple classifications on a crew. Usually there's a domino effect of, say, a brand new crew. We bring on a higher level, create a higher level employee position. If we have an internal candidate who's selected for that, that in turn creates another opening that we go through recruitment for that. So it often takes at least several months, if not a year, to go through that process and add a brand new full crew. The finishers themselves, this will be a much quicker measure to get in place, and we're exploring, as I said, alternative delivery for those additional projects.
So if we were to approve a finisher or finishers today, take us about a year to bring them on board, train them, have them ready.
Council, note for finishers, just for one classification, that's much faster. That typically will happen in just 3 to 4 months' time. We'd have them on board. What I was referring to is about up to a year-long process if there are multiple job classifications wherein a promotion results in another vacancy that requires a new recruitment, which in turn may result in another promotion, which results in yet another recruitment. There's a lot of movement happening right now just within the division and even other departments and divisions of the city, which just create those additional steps. And they're all civil service, they're all per the municipal code. There's not the private sector type option to just go out and say, we're filling these 5 different areas all the same time and we get to decide and pick and choose. You go in this spot, you go in that spot.
So for 80-year-old Mrs. Jenkins who's got a buckled sidewalk, what kind of crew would it take to flatten out a sidewalk for a one-off? What kind of crew are we looking at for something like that?
That is a concrete crew for that work, because we need, as our Assistant Director Brian Russell shared, we need the breakout crew to remove that section. Then we have our tree crew, our tree lead worker look at, and our arborist look at the roots, root pruning, make sure that's a tree that we can save. That's a pretty small item, quick to do. And then we have the finishers supported by the rest of the crew to put in the permanent sidewalk. So we have a lot of folks out there working very quickly, working very efficiently. Today's action is really critical in order to make sure that of our 6 concrete crews that are out working, that each one has a concrete finisher on it every day.
I see today's action as necessary but not sufficient. What kind of additional staff would you need to take care of one of these one-off projects in a time span of less than 3 years?
I believe that our staff is sufficient and that the alternative delivery, that will be successful, and it'll be the best use of the public dollars to accomplish what's
Council
needed.
President, I'm not convinced of that. I'd like to talk with the staff online.
You're not convinced of which portion?
I'm not convinced that we can meet your expectations with the current staffing. I mean, we've been having discussions about the delays and even some of the paving projects that you guys have been given long lead times, and we've been chatting with the staff about what is it going to take, and really we're maxed out on our internal capacity, and given that we have the money, We just don't have the people and equipment.
That's why I'm asking how
I
many more
agree.
people do we need?
He's saying he thinks he can do it. I don't, I'd like to sit down and understand that more myself, because I think we do need more. And I think I have some ideas on how we can resolve the lack of equipment on a temporary basis. It may create some inconvenience for people, but it would result in a much quicker turnaround.
Well, I hear you. I have some concerns. I would like to make a motion to approve this item, but to carry the Public Works portion over to next Thursday to allow for this conversation to continue.
I would second that. I do have questions too.
Yeah, I do have you punched up next, so floor is yours, followed by...
Thank you,
Just you.
Council President. I've been given the same timeline, I think, but mine is like 5 years to get some small one-off projects done. So, Mr. Mosier, you've always been very humble. You're the perfect director that we want, that asks for the bare minimum and gets the maximum done. But I think where we're at is that we recognize that we've given you a lot of work. We have a lot of one-time money. Everybody's working, full capacity. But these one-off projects that are very small in nature, they're just not getting to the, done fast enough. So I'm looking forward to what conversation we have to have around that particular solution, but also around how we expand the time that they're working. How do we go from a 6-week program to an 8-week program? How do we get more done where we're in these residential neighborhoods? Because for me, that's the bread and butter for our offices is, can we, in a reasonable time, once the money is secure, get a project complete? And historically, there wasn't the money. Now we have the money, and now there's not the people. I also recognize that if you depend on HR, they may take a year to hire those individuals and bring them online, which is not reasonable. So we have to find some other bridge to get you all more bodies to complete the work there's plenty of resources to do. So I'll look forward to a conversation with the city manager and council president about how we try and expedite some of these projects.
I don't plan on holding you up next week on these positions, but I do want that additional time, Director, to meet with the city manager to see if we can make an amendment to this to perhaps be more beneficial to the council members' short-term projects.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your understanding. I don't see anybody else punched up, so we have a motion and a second for the item as amended to include the passing of the PARs minus the public works positions. Is that clear? City manager or city attorney and city clerk? Okay. Motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you. Next item is 1BB, as in Baker. Approve the third amendment to the consultant services agreement with Ultra Systems Environmental, Inc. of Irvine, California, extending the consultant's performance. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yes, staff. I recognize you're asking for an amendment. Looks like you need more time for some of the environmental work.
Correct.
On this project?
Sorry. Brandon Chacon, Projects Administrator, Capital Projects Department.
Thank you. My only question is, what does that do to the construction timeline?
So the construction timeline right now, we're expected to get this out in December of 25.
What was the original timeline?
The original timeline was, it was 12 months prior to that. And
So this does put the construction behind a whole year?
It does, unfortunately, due to the environmental studies we're conducting currently.
There's no way to make up time there?
We'll do everything we can during right-of-way acquisition, but at this stage, that's what our schedule looks like.
Just for the record, I have a photographic memory, so I'm going to remember exactly that you told me 12 months, and then 12 months, I'm going to remind you that you had guaranteed me 12 months. But in all seriousness, this project is one of those other projects that they've been funded for a long time. We finally got the money. Now we're looking at delays. Can you just briefly remind me, what is the environmental delay?
So it's a federally funded project. We have to comply with NEPA requirements. Upon the initial studies required by Caltrans, they came back and said we need to do additional studies due to the project's histories that were scheduled for acquisitions. So that's where the stage we're at now, and Caltrans is currently reviewing those studies.
Okay. So 12 months. I'll see you back in 6 months to ask you whether you're on schedule.
Yeah.
Director. Good afternoon, Council. Randall Morrison, Director of Capital Projects.
I just want to clarify, the 12-month extension, the accurate provided by staff is correct, but that 12-month extension is to give us enough time to work with Caltrans through that approval process. So it's not entirely related to delaying the project by 12 months. It's just, this gives us ample time to complete all the studies, get Caltrans approval as we work through that process. But it's not exactly one for one.
And when do you anticipate completion of the project again?
December. No, of 2026? Through of December? So construction is anticipated between May of 2026 and December of 2026.
That's a long time. What's the federal funding source again?
STBG, yeah. Federal STBG.
Okay, there's no deadline with that funding?
There is a funding deadline of 5 years once the funds are obligated, and we're working within those programming deadlines. And so once we get through this environmental clearance, and then we can start a right-of-way acquisition phase. So then we have a time period after those funds are authorized, we get through right-of-way, and then construction funding is authorized. So we work with Caltrans through each one of those phases of the project.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion by Arias, second by Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you, Director. What do we have next? Item 1EE, as in Edward. Edward approved the First Amendment to the Consultant Service Agreement. Ross Drulis, Kusenberry Architecture, Inc. of Sonoma. This is pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember?
Yes, quick question for folks. So the original contract, if I'm reading the staff report right, was 1.8 million?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Mike Mooneyham, Capital Projects Department.
Okay, sorry. And so they then, through their architectural work, discovered that there wasn't enough funds to move forward with Central Avenue. Is that correct?
Well, is this on the Regional Training Center? Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It was when the initial drawings came back and the initial estimates came back, the estimated cost to build out the project was $125 million. We have $25 million. So as we looked at what the options were to stay within budget, because it was going to be located out near the PD Regional Training Center, water and sewer and those types of costs had to be added in, which were substantial. So when we looked at like what we would actually be able to construct on the site, it was hardly anything. And so we then began discussions with State Center Community College District because they are building a police and fire training center, and started having conversations about doing a joint project with them. And because there was some duplication, and they had space available on their site, and it would be more cost efficient and effective to go into the project jointly and do some sharing of classroom space, maybe some sharing of the fire tower. And so we unfortunately had to abandon the site out at the out in the near the regional PD site because we just couldn't afford to build there.
Yeah, so the question, all of that I understand. The question for me was, they spent, the architectural company, and my question is really about them, they spent $1 million to understand that this was not the way to go, and then they are getting an amendment where we're now going another $2 million for architectural services? Is that correct?
So what I'll tell you is they were, and Ted, you can correct me if I misstate anything, or you can correct me if I misstate anything. What we asked them to do was to design a regional, and I wasn't here, but we asked them to design a fire regional training center with a fire tower, classroom space, a search and rescue pool with various amenities. They did that. But when they did what we asked them to do, but then when the cost came back, it was very expensive. Does anybody want to correct what I just said? If I misstated anything?
Yeah, Nathan Sanchez, Project Administrator, Capital Projects Department. The initial agreement was for them to master plan and develop a programming to go within the master plan of that site. So that's what the majority of the work was initially, to master plan the site over at near the PD Training Center. And so they identified all the buildings and infrastructure that we want to include in the grand master plan of the site. And then we were in the process of developing a phase one constructability to fit our budget, what we had allocated for the first phase. And that's where we kind of shifted gears and we relocated to a different site because a lot of the initial funding was going to be for infrastructure opposed to actual assets on the or buildings being built and assets on the site.
Okay. So I guess the thing I'm wondering, it took their work, which cost ultimately, I guess, about $1 million before we were able to see that we had to go in a different direction. Is that accurate?
I think that is accurate, and I think that the hope from the fire department was that they would be able to find additional resources to follow through on that master plan. When this administration came in, and I don't know, several months in, sat down and got briefed on this, we basically said that that was not an option. So we said, okay, well, we need to scale the master plan. What can we afford to build for $25 million? And what we could afford to build like an asset on the ground, because we had to put all the infrastructure in to get to that asset, there was hardly any money left. So we would have spent a bunch of money underground to get to a site to have like 2 little buildings. And that did not seem, it really wouldn't have accomplished the goal of having a regional fire training center. So,
But
yes.
now we're spending another $2 million with them to come up with other architectural plans to do what we need. Is that correct?
To continue the design, yes. The initial agreement was only for parts 1 and 2.
Okay.
They completed part 1. We were about to start part 2, and that's when we had a shift in the site.
Okay. So you're not concerned at all about that it took $1 million to figure this out and then go in a different direction? And I'm not saying there is anything to be concerned about. I'm asking the question about the architectural company.
Yeah, because it is more than just developing the master plan, site plan out there. They did some programming to identify what buildings we want to put in, what buildings we have a need for. Chief Simonius can chip in here, but I believe a lot of it was just figuring out what serves our needs here for the city of Fresno in our fire department here, opposed to just doing cookie cutter ones, trying to grab it from a different a city and trying to make it fit what we have here. So I know there was a talk about building like a canal type
Senior
feature.
manager, you're okay with?
I mean, I'm okay. I wish it was I think a little bit of a, painful cost to come to hey, we have to switch gears.
Okay.
But I just think, as much as we would have loved to build this amazing facility out there, it just was not in the cards at the price tag. We just had to cut bait and move on.
Yeah, and not all of it, that preliminary work is going to be lost. We get to keep a lot of the programming, so we identified what assets we want on the new site, and we're able to kind of shift those over and just redo the actual site plan.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Bertefield. Did I hear a second? From Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 5-0. Thank you, Nathan. All right, next item is 1FF, as in Frank. Award a construction contract in the amount of $249.8 to MAG Engineering, Inc., lowest responsible bidder for the demo of the existing building, 4343 Blackstone Avenue. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Okay, questions about this. I did have conversations with our Public Works Director earlier this year. It might have been budget time, or even a month or two before that, and had indicated that for the demolition of that portion would probably be close to $1 million, which is where most of the bids came in. The $800,000 range.
There was a
high
few
sevens.
between 250 and maybe 450, and then there was a couple that were higher in the 800,000 range.
So what's I don't think Director Mosier is here. I'm just I don't know who can answer that question. I think City Manager, you probably recall those conversations where we got that estimate of what that demolition would look like, and it took
Agreed.
us a while to find
I
the
remember
appropriate
because we
funding.
compared it to the demo contract for Fire Station. Where the new
correct.
Fire Station 12 was going, and it was like, why is this one so expensive compared to the others?
Yes, and even the conservative price tag was much higher than 249. So, I mean, I'm a little concerned here that approving this, we're gonna see a lot of change orders, or something's not right here. Can get some explanation why the discrepancy?
Council Scott Mosier, Public Works, I'd be glad just to offer history. As our construction management division, which is now part of capital projects, and myself, as we looked at it, and given the funding source, CDBG funding going into that, traditionally, that's led to a small number of bidders. And so I think what we saw is there are some bidders up on that high end of the range, and if we had only had, let's say, 2 bidders, CDBG funding, we probably would have seen, something like $900,000 and $1 million, and that may be it. Thankfully, a great bidding environment. We got a large number of bidders here, and you have a staff recommendation from Capital Projects to go forward with a responsive and responsible bidder.
Are we required to go to low bid on this? Does any?
Yes.
So under our purchasing, we're required to select the lowest responsible bidder?
Required to select it, are we required to vote for that in that organization?
That's a very good question that I
City
would defer
attorney.
to the attorney's office. Are we required to select the low bidder, or can the council override that?
I'm going to ask Brandon Collette to come up to answer that question.
Charter Section 1208 requires the city to award the contract to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So as long as staff has made the findings that this bidder is the lowest responsive and responsible, then the contract has to be awarded to them unless separate findings are made.
What is the legal definition of responsible? I mean, what happens if they come back with 3 or 4 change orders?
That would not qualify. What is required is if they're responsible, basically means they have the financial capability and they have a contractor's license and can perform the work.
Okay, thank you. Have we done any work with this organization before for demolition? Or do we know of any work that they've done in other municipalities?
Good afternoon again. Randall Morrison, Capital Projects Director. I do not believe that we have worked with this particular company before, but they have done other work in the area, so we're familiar with them. But
have we done any research?
We have no reason to believe that they're not capable of doing this project. We have purchasing has gone through that evaluation process, as well as my team. We've evaluated the bids, and we think that it's definitely an awardable project.
Do you anticipate any change orders?
Not at this time. The only reason that we may come across change orders is for unforeseen work. Right now, I mean, especially on a demo contract, it's pretty straightforward as far as the work to be performed.
And when do we anticipate the beginning and ending of construction, or the demolition, rather?
So we are anticipating construction to happen and be complete by the end of the year. I think we are anticipating this moving forward as quickly as possible, but before the contractor can get started, we have to get approved insurance, bonds, all of those pre-construction requirements, and then we'll work with them on scheduling construction.
End of the calendar year. All things going correctly. Is that what you're saying?
As long as we're able to schedule and get those pre-construction items taken care of, yes.
Is there anything that would prevent you from doing that in a timely manner?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And remind me, this is just for the actual Vaughn's building and the immediate parking area?
That's correct.
In front of it, correct? City Manager, do we have an opportunity here for the savings to go towards the demolition of the strip mall and the remaining parking area, given that we have some savings?
I better listen to Phil here, because he's giving me the eyes.
I don't like those.
I better listen to what he has to say.
Council President, you are on the right track. However, before we proceed with any consideration of the demolition of that strip mall, we're going to need those dollars to help support the relocation benefits of the existing tenants.
But I believe those were already factored in when we set aside CDBG dollars for the most liberal cost estimate, which was near $1 million. We had also anticipated relocating those folks, in addition to paying a much heftier sum for the demolition. Now we're awarding a contract for about a quarter of the anticipated original price. With the additional $750,000, I would imagine there's some money in there that we could probably set aside for the demolition and still be able to provide adequate relocation services that we had already accounted for.
Yeah,
Council President, I would say whatever savings we have, we'll sit down and get in the room. I know you've been, obviously in the room in all these meetings and figure out where those project savings, where the best place, whether it's relocation, whether it's the demo.
But did we not factor in relocation when Director Mosier during budget gave us a price tag of nearly $1 million for demolition? We knew that we were going to have to relocate those folks.
No, okay, I believe the $1 million was for the demolition of the Vaughn's building. Okay, we're talking about relocation of the strip mall. No, we didn't.
No, I understand that, but I assume we had set aside sufficient CDBG dollars to do a demolition at the high price tag. And I assume that we had also factored in additional dollars to relocate the strip mall businesses. And now we have a price tag of a quarter of that amount, so there's some savings there.
Council President, you're correct in that we were estimating that we would need approximately $1 million to provide the
So if the most responsive and lowest bid had come in at $1 million, we would just have no idea how to move those folks in the strip mall right now. There wasn't a plan for that.
The plan was to use CDBG, but we hadn't the dollar identified yet at the time. We're working with a very finite amount of CDBG, and so
How much CDBG do we have at this time?
Total at this point, we are going to have to bring a substantial amendment forward to begin with because we need to make these dollars available for relocation, which we haven't done yet. So we haven't brought a substantial amendment to council yet for that. With this bid coming in as it is, it's going to make those dollars that were originally programmed for the demolition, we're now going to bring a substantial amendment forward to reprogram them for relocation. The numbers have been correct, but we haven't always had this, as you know, we haven't always had the sources fully identified for every phase of this entire project.
And how much do you anticipate the relocation process?
Currently, the consultant, our relocation consultant, is still kind of sharpening her pencil on that, but we're working with $1 million kind of number at the moment.
$1 million to relocate, $250,000 to demo a 30,000 square foot building.
Correct.
And a parking lot.
Yes, so the relocation benefits are determined by federal law. And so every tenant, based upon their own unique circumstances, and I don't want to get into those, but based upon their own existing lease agreements, based upon the amount of time that's left, based upon their particular operation, their needs, all of that, as dictated by federal law, determines the benefit that they're potentially eligible for.
Have about 4 million CDBG. How much do we receive roughly on an annual basis from the federal government CDBG funding?
Well, those dollars, we do receive about that amount annually, okay? And we are using those dollars in various ways as we bring forward to you our annual action plan and ultimately as dictated by our consolidated plan, which is on the 5-year cycle. And so those are plans that this body approves annually. And then and as part of the last plan that we brought before this body, $1 million was programmed for the demolition. Now we have some potential cost savings, it appears. And we're now you will be voting ultimately to approve a substantial amendment to reprogram the balance toward another need that we've identified that's eligible for this project.
Do you have any sort of timeline from the consultants of how long that relocation process is going to take and when it would begin?
Sure. So I guess, I think what we understand is that the process has, let me say this, the process has already begun. Okay, so the general information notices, the meetings, the interviews with the various tenants has already begun. It is not entirely certain yet how long it will take for every tenant to be relocated.
No ballpark estimate?
Well, it could take a couple of years.
Okay.
Ultimately, Council President, what I want you and this council to understand is that every tenant there has rights. And those rights are not necessarily what we're giving them.
We'll make the funds available needed to properly relocate.
Correct.
Them, as we will.
We need to compensate them according to the law. That's correct.
Okay, motion to approve.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Got a second from Vice President Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Alrighty, that leaves us our last contested consent item, 1JJ, as in John. Bill for introduction, adding section 9-110 to chapter 9 of FMC, adding the infectious disease lab accountability and transparency ordinance. Councilmember Bredefield, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank a number of people for moving this along. My colleagues, Councilmember Arias and Nelson Esparza, for working on this, and I'd like to thank the Quest people that we met with, I believe their legal team, as well as other administrators who really helped refine this, make it better, and make it more effective. We certainly wanted to make sure we got this right rather than quick, and this ordinance will certainly help prevent the kind of lab that ultimately was operating in Tulare, then Fresno, and ended up in Reedley. Certainly will help the city of Fresno make sure they don't operate again a lab like that in Fresno. And the issues that Quest raised were very valid, and we've made the adjustments in the ordinance, and I think it's effective, and it will do what it is intended to do. So I wanted to thank my colleagues in Quest, and I think this is going to address what we needed to address with that kind of illegal lab that operated throughout the Central Valley. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Bredefield, a second by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. That'll conclude today's agenda. We will see everybody back here 9 a.m. on October 5th. Thank you.